Section 6 of Redburn His First Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Redburn His First Voyage by Herman Melville. Chapters 26 through 29. Chapter 26. A Sailor, a Jack of all Trades. As I began to learn my sailor duties, and show activity in running aloft, the men, I observed, treated me with a little more consideration, though not at all relaxing in a certain air of professional superiority. For the mere knowing of the names of the ropes, and familiarizing yourself with their places so that you can lay hold of them in the darkest night, and the loosing and furling of the canvas, and reefing topsails and hauling braces, all this, though of course forming an indispensable part of a seaman's vocation, and the business in which he is principally engaged, yet these are things which a beginner of ordinary capacity soon masters, and which are far inferior to many other matters familiar to an able seaman. What did I know, for instance, about striking a top-gallant mast, and sending it down on deck in a gale of wind? Could I have turned in a dead-eye, or in the approved nautical style have clapped a seizing on the mainstay? What did I know of passing a gammoning, reeving a burton, strapping a shoe-block, clearing a foul hawse, and innumerable other intricacies? The business of a thoroughbred sailor is a special calling, as much of a regular trade as a carpenter's or locksmith's. Indeed, it requires considerably more adroitness and far more versatility of talent. In the English merchant service, boys serve a long apprenticeship to the sea, of 7 years. Most of them first enter the Newcastle colliers, where they see a great deal of severe coasting service. In an old copy of the Letters of Junius, belonging to my father, I remember reading that coal to supply the city of London could be dug at Blackheath, and sold for 1/2 the price that the people of London then paid for it. But the government would not suffer the mines to be opened, as it would destroy the great nursery for British seamen. A thorough sailor must understand much of other avocations. He must be a bit of an embroiderer to work fanciful collars of hempen lace about the shrouds. He must be something of a weaver, to weave mats of rope yarns for lashings to the boats. He must have a touch of millinery, so as to tie graceful bows and knots, such as Matthew Walker's roses and Turk's heads. He must be a bit of a musician in order to sing out at the halyards. He must be a sort of jeweler to set dead eyes in the standing rigging. He must be a carpenter to enable him to make a jury mast out of a yard in case of emergency. He must be a seamstress to darn and mend the sails, a rope maker to twist marline and Spanish foxes, a blacksmith to make hooks and thimbles for the blocks. In short, he must be a sort of jack of all trades, in order to master his own. And this, perhaps, in a greater or less degree, is pretty much the case with all things else. For you know nothing till you know all, which is the reason we never know anything. A sailor also, in working at the rigging, uses special tools peculiar to his calling: fids, serving mallets, toggles, prickers, marling spikes, palms, heavers, and many more. The smaller sort he generally carries with him from ship to ship in a sort of canvas reticule. The estimation in which a ship's crew hold the knowledge of such accomplishments as these is expressed in the phrase they apply to one who is a clever practitioner. To distinguish such a mariner from those who merely hand, reef, and steer, that is, run aloft, furl sails, haul ropes, and stand at the wheel, they say he is a sailorman, which means that he not only knows how to reef a topsail, but is an artist in the rigging. Now, alas, I had no chance given me to become initiated in this art and mystery. No further, at least, than by looking on and watching how that these things might be done as well as others. The reason was that I had only shipped for this one voyage in the Highlander, a short voyage too, and it was not worth while to teach me anything, the fruit of which instructions could be only reaped by the next ship I might belong to. All they wanted of me was the goodwill of my muscles and the use of my backbone, comparatively small though it was at that time, by way of a lever for the above-mentioned artists to employ when wanted. Accordingly, when any embroidery was going on in the rigging, I was set to the most inglorious avocations, as in the merchant service it is a religious maxim to keep the hands always employed at something or other, never mind what, during their watch on deck. Often furnished with a club hammer, they swung me over the bows in a bowline to pound the rust off the anchor. A most monotonous, and to me a most uncongenial and irksome business. There was a remarkable fatality attending the various hammers I carried over with me. Somehow they would drop out of my hands into the sea, but the supply of reserved hammers seemed unlimited. Also the blessings and benedictions I received from the chief mate for my clumsiness. At other times they set me to picking oakum, like a convict, which hempen business disagreeably obtruded thoughts of halters and the gallows, or whittling belaying pins, like a down-easter. However, I endeavored to bear it like a young philosopher, and whiled away the tedious hours by gazing through a port-hole while my hands were plying, and repeating Lord Byron's address to the ocean, which I had often spouted on the stage at the high school at home. Yes, I got used to all these matters, and took most things coolly in the spirit of Seneca and the Stoics. All but the turning out or rising from your berth when the watch was called at night. That I never fancied. It was a sort of acquaintance which the more I cultivated, the more I shrunk from. A thankless, miserable business, truly. Consider, that after walking the deck for 4 full hours, you go below to sleep, and while thus innocently employed in reposing your wearied limbs, you are started up, it seems but the next instant after closing your lids, and hurried on deck again into the same disagreeably dark and perhaps stormy night from which you descended into the forecastle. The previous interval of slumber was almost wholly lost to me. At least the golden opportunity could not be appreciated, for though it is usually deemed a comfortable thing to be asleep, yet at the time no one is conscious that he is so enjoying himself. Therefore I made a little private arrangement with the Lancashire lad who was in the other watch, just to step below occasionally and shake me, and whisper in my ear, "Watch below, Buttons, watch below," which pleasantly reminded me of the delightful fact. Then I would turn over on my side and take another nap, and in this manner I enjoyed several complete watches in my bunk to the other sailors' one. I recommend the plan to all landsmen contemplating a voyage to sea. But notwithstanding all these contrivances, the dreadful sequel could not be avoided. 8 bells would at last be struck, and the men on deck, exhilarated by the prospect of changing places with us, would call the watch in a most provoking but mirthful and facetious style, as thus: "Starboard watch, ahoy! 8 bells there below! Tumble up, my lively hearties! Steamboat alongside waiting for your trunks! Bear a hand with your knee buckles, my sweet and pleasant fellows! Fine shower bath here on deck! Hurrah! hurrah! Your ice cream is getting cold!" Whereupon some of the old croakers who were getting into their trousers would reply with, "Oh, stop your gabble, will you? Don't be in such a hurry now. You feel sweet, don't you?" with other exclamations, some of which were full of fury. And it was not a little curious to remark that at the expiration of the ensuing watch the tables would be turned, and we on deck became the wits and jokers, and those below the grizzly bears and growlers. Chapter 27. He gets a peep at Ireland, and at last arrives at Liverpool. The Highlander was not a greyhound, not a very fast sailor, and so the passage which some of the packet ships make in 15 or 16 days employed us about 30. At last, one morning, I came on deck, and they told me that Ireland was in sight. Ireland in sight! A foreign country actually visible! I peered hard, but could see nothing but a bluish, cloud-like spot in the northeast. Was that Ireland? Why, there was nothing remarkable about that, nothing startling. If that's the way a foreign country looks, I might as well have stayed at home. Now, what, exactly, I had fancied the shore would look like, I cannot say, but I had a vague idea that it would be something strange and wonderful. However, there it was, and as the light increased and the ship sailed nearer and nearer, the land began to magnify, and I gazed at it with increasing interest. Ireland. I thought of Robert Emmet, and that last speech of his before Lord Norbury. I thought of Tommy Moore, and his amatory verses. I thought of Curran, Grattan, Plunkett, and O'Connell. I thought of my uncle's ostler, Patrick Flanagan, and I thought of the shipwreck of the gallant Albion, tossed to pieces on the very shore now in sight. And I thought I should very much like to leave the ship and visit Dublin and the Giant's Causeway. Presently a fishing boat drew near, and I rushed to get a view of it. But it was a very ordinary-looking boat, bobbing up and down as any other boat would have done. Yet when I considered that the solitary man in it was actually a born native of the land in sight, that in all probability he had never been in America, and knew nothing about my friends at home, I began to think that he looked somewhat strange. He was a very fluent fellow, and as soon as we were within hailing distance, cried out, "Ah, my fine sailors from Ameriky, ain't ye, my beautiful sailors?" and concluded by calling upon us to stop and heave a rope. Thinking he might have something important to communicate, the mate accordingly backed the main yard, and a rope being thrown, the stranger kept hauling in upon it, and coiling it down, crying, pay out, my honeys! Ah, but you're noble fellows!" till at last the mate asked him why he did not come alongside, adding, "Haven't you enough rope yet?" "Sure and I have," replied the fisherman, "and it's time for Pat to cut and run." And so saying, his knife severed the rope, and with a Kilkenny grin, he sprang to his tiller, put his little craft before the wind, and bowled away from us, with some 15 fathoms of our tow-line. "And may the old boy hurry after you, and hang you in your stolen hemp, you Irish blackguard!" cried the mate, shaking his fist at the receding boat after recovering from his first fit of amazement. Here then was a beautiful introduction to the Eastern Hemisphere, fairly robbed before striking soundings. This trick upon experienced travelers certainly beat all I had ever heard about the wooden nutmegs and basswood pumpkin seeds of Connecticut, and I thought if there were any more Hibernians like our friend Pat, the Yankee peddlers might as well give it up. The next land we saw was Wales. It was high noon, and a long line of purple mountains lay like banks of clouds against the east. Could this be really Wales? Wales? And I thought of the Prince of Wales. And did a real queen with a diadem reign over that very land I was looking at, with the identical eyes in my own head? And then I thought of a grandfather of mine, who had fought against the ancestor of this queen at Bunker's Hill. But after all, the general effect of these mountains was mortifyingly like the general effect of the Catskill Mountains on the Hudson River. With a light breeze, we sailed on till next day, when we made Holyhead and Anglesea. Then it fell almost calm, and what little wind we had was ahead. So we kept tacking to and fro, just gliding through the water, and always hovering in sight of a snow-white tower in the distance, which might have been a fort or a lighthouse. I lost myself in conjectures as to what sort of people might be tenanting that lonely edifice, and whether they knew anything about us. The third day, with a good wind over the taffrail, we arrived so near our destination that we took a pilot at dusk. He and everything connected with him were very different from our New York pilot. In the first place, the pilot boat that brought him was a plethoric-looking sloop-rigged boat, with flat bows that went wheezing through the water, quite in contrast to the little gull of a schooner that bade us adieu off Sandy Hook. Aboard of her were 10 or 12 other pilots, fellows with shaggy brows and muffled in shaggy coats, who sat grouped together on deck like a fireside of bears, wintering in Aroostook. They must have had fine sociable times, though, together, cruising about the Irish Sea in quest of Liverpool-bound vessels, smoking cigars, drinking brandy and water, and spinning yarns, till at last, one by one, they are all scattered on board of different ships, and meet again by the side of a blazing sea-coal fire in some Liverpool tap-room, and prepare for another yachting. Now, when this English pilot boarded us, I stared at him as if he had been some wild animal just escaped from the zoological gardens. For here was a real live Englishman, just from England. Nevertheless, as he soon fell to ordering us here and there, and swearing vociferously in a language quite familiar to me, I began to think him very commonplace, and considerable of a bore after all. After running till about midnight, we hove to near the mouth of the Mersey, and next morning, before daybreak, took the first of the flood, and with a fair wind stood into the river, which at its mouth is quite an arm of the sea. Presently, in the misty twilight, we passed immense buoys, and caught sight of distant objects on shore, vague and shadowy shapes, like Ossian's ghosts. As I stood leaning over the side, and trying to summon up some image of Liverpool, to see how the reality would answer to my conceit, and while the fog and mist and gray dawn were investing everything with a mysterious interest, I was startled by the doleful, dismal sound of a great bell, whose slow, intermitting tolling seemed in unison with the solemn roll of the billows. I thought I had never heard so boding a sound that seemed to speak of judgment and the resurrection, like belfry-mouthed Paul of Tarsus. It was not in the direction of the shore, but seemed to come out of the vaults of the sea, and out of the mist and fog. Who was dead, and what could it be? I soon learned from my shipmates that this was the famous Bet buoy, which is precisely what its name implies, and tolls fast or slow according to the agitation of the waves. In a calm it is dumb, in a moderate breeze it tolls gently, but in a gale it is an alarum like the tocsin, warning all mariners to flee. But it seemed fuller of dirges for the past than of monitions for the future, and no one can give ear to it without thinking of the sailors who sleep far beneath it at the bottom of the deep. As we sailed ahead, the river contracted. The day came, and soon passing two lofty landmarks on the Lancashire shore, we rapidly drew near the town, and at last came to anchor in the stream. Looking shoreward, I beheld lofty ranges of dingy warehouses, which seemed very deficient in the elements of the marvelous, and bore a most unexpected resemblance to the warehouses along South Street in New York. There was nothing strange, nothing extraordinary about them. There they stood, a row of calm and collected warehouses, very good and substantial edifices doubtless, and admirably adapted to the ends had in view by the builders, but plain, matter-of-fact warehouses, nevertheless, and that was all that could be said of them. To be sure, I did not expect that every house in Liverpool must be a leaning tower of Pisa, or a Strasburg cathedral, but yet these edifices, I must confess, were a sad and bitter disappointment to me. But it was different with Larry the whaleman, who, to my surprise, looking about him delighted, exclaimed, "Why, this ere is a considerable place. I'm dummed if it ain't quite a place. Why, them ere houses is considerable houses. It beats the coast of Africa all hollow. Nothing like this in Madagascar, I tell you. I'm dummed, boys, if Liverpool ain't a city." Upon this occasion, indeed, Larry altogether forgot his hostility to civilization. Having been so long accustomed to associate foreign lands with the savage places of the Indian Ocean, he had been under the impression that Liverpool must be a town of bamboos, situated in some swamp, and whose inhabitants turned their attention principally to the cultivation of logwood and curing of flying fish. For that any great commercial city existed 3,000 miles from home was a thing of which Larry had never before had a realizing sense. He was accordingly astonished and delighted, and began to feel a sort of consideration for the country which could boast so extensive a town. instead of holding Queen Victoria on a par with the Queen of Madagascar, as he had been accustomed to do, he ever after alluded to that lady with feeling and respect. As for the other seamen, the sight of a foreign country seemed to kindle no enthusiasm in them at all, no emotion in the least. They looked around them with great presence of mind, and acted precisely as you or I would, if, after a morning's absence round the corner, we found ourselves returning home. Nearly all of them had made frequent voyages to Liverpool. Not long after anchoring, several boats came off, and from one of them stepped a neatly dressed and very respectable-looking woman, some 30 years of age, I should think, carrying a bundle. Coming forward among the sailors, she inquired for Max the Dutchman, who immediately was forthcoming, and saluted her by the mellifluous appellation of Sally. Now, during the passage, Max, in discoursing to me of Liverpool, had often assured me that that city had the honor of containing a spouse of his, and that in all probability I would have the pleasure of seeing her. But having heard a good many stories about the bigamies of seamen, and their having wives and sweethearts in every port the round world over, and having been an eye-witness to a nuptial parting between this very Max and a lady in New York, I put down this relation of his for what I thought it might reasonably be worth. What was my astonishment, therefore, to see this really decent civil woman coming with a neat parcel of Max's shore clothes, all washed, plaited, and ironed, and ready to put on at a moment's warning. They stood apart a few moments, giving loose to those transports of pleasure which always take place, I suppose, between man and wife after long separations. At last, after many earnest inquiries as to how he had behaved himself in New York, and concerning the state of his wardrobe, and going down into the forecastle and inspecting it in person, Sally departed, having exchanged her bundle of clean clothes for a bundle of soiled ones, and this was precisely what the New York wife had done for Max not 30 days previous. So long as we laid in port, Sally visited the Highlander daily, and approved herself a neat and expeditious getter-up of duck frocks and trousers, a capital tailoress, and, as far as I could see, a very well-behaved, discreet, and reputable woman. But from all I had seen of her, I should suppose Meg, the New York wife, to have been equally well-behaved, discreet, and reputable, and equally devoted to the keeping in good order Max's wardrobe. And when we left England at last, Sally bade Max good-bye, just as Meg had done, and when we arrived at New York, Meg greeted Max precisely as Sally had greeted him in Liverpool. Indeed, a pair of more amiable wives never belonged to one man. They never quarreled, or had so much as a difference of any kind, the whole broad Atlantic being between them, and Max was equally polite and civil to both. For many years he had been going Liverpool and New York voyages, plying between wife and wife with great regularity, and sure of receiving a hearty domestic welcome on either side of the ocean. Thinking this conduct of his, however, altogether wrong and every way immoral, I once ventured to express to him my opinion on the subject, but I never did so again. He turned round on me very savagely, and after rating me soundly for meddling in concerns not my own, concluded by asking me triumphantly whether old King Saul, as he called the son of David, did not have a whole frigate full of wives, and that being the case, whether he, a poor sailor, did not have just as good a right to have two. What was not wrong then is right now, said Max, so mind your eye, Buttons, or I'll crack your pepper box for you. Chapter 28. He goes to supper at the sign of the Baltimore Clipper. In the afternoon, our pilot was all alive with his orders. We hove up the anchor, and after a deal of pulling and hauling and jamming against other ships, we wedged our way through a lock at high tide, and about dark succeeded in working up to a berth in Prince's Dock. The hawsers and tow lines being then coiled away, the crew were told to go ashore, select their boarding-house, and sit down to supper. Here it must be mentioned that, owing to the strict but necessary regulations of the Liverpool docks, no fires of any kind are allowed on board the vessels within them, and hence Though the sailors are supposed to sleep in the forecastle, yet they must get their meals ashore, or live upon cold potatoes. To a ship, the American merchantmen adopt the former plan, the owners of course paying the landlord's bill, which, in a large crew remaining at Liverpool more than 6 weeks, as we of the Highlander did, forms no inconsiderable item in the expenses of the voyage. Other ships, however, the economical Dutch and Danish, for instance, and sometimes the prudent Scotch, feed their luckless tars in dock, with precisely the same fare which they give them at sea, taking their salt junk ashore to be cooked, which indeed is but scurvy sort of treatment, since it is very apt to induce the scurvy. A parsimonious proceeding like this is regarded with immeasurable disdain by the crews of the New York vessels, who, if their captains treated them after that fashion, would soon bolt and run. It was quite dark when we all sprang ashore, and for the first time I felt dusty particles of the renowned British soil penetrating into my eyes and lungs. As for stepping on it, that was out of the question in the well-paved and flagged condition of the streets, and I did not have an opportunity to do so till some time afterward, when I got out into the country, and then indeed I saw England and snuffed its immortal loam, but not till then. Jackson led the van, and after stopping at a tavern, took us up this street and down that, till at last he brought us to a narrow lane filled with boarding-houses, spirit vaults, and sailors. Here we stopped before the sign of a Baltimore clipper, flanked on one side by a gilded bunch of grapes and a bottle, and on the other by the British unicorn and American eagle, lying down by each other, like the lion and lamb in the millennium. A very judicious and tasty device, showing a delicate apprehension of the propriety of conciliating American sailors in an English boarding-house, and yet in no way derogating from the honor and dignity of England, but placing the two nations indeed upon a footing of perfect equality. Near the unicorn was a very small animal which at first I took for a young unicorn, but it looked more like a yearling lion. It was holding up one paw, as if it had a splinter in it, and on its head was a sort of basket-hilted, low-crowned hat without a rim. I asked a sailor standing by what this animal meant, when, looking at me with a grin, he answered, "Why, youngster, don't you know what that means? It's a young jackass limping off with a Kedgeree pot of rice out of the cuddy." Though it was an English boarding-house, it was kept by a broken-down American mariner, one Danby, a dissolute idle fellow, who had married a buxom English wife, and now lived upon her industry, for the lady, and not the sailor, proved to be the head of the establishment. She was a hale, good-looking woman, about 40 years old, and among the seamen went by the name of Handsome Mary. But, though from the dissipated character of her spouse, Mary had become the business personage of the house, bought the marketing, overlooked the tables, and conducted all the more important arrangements, yet she was by no means an Amazon to her husband, if she did play a masculine part in other matters. No, and the more is the pity. Poor Mary seemed too much attached to Danby to seek to rule him as a termagant. Often she went about her household concerns with the tears in her eyes, when, after a fit of intoxication, this brutal husband of hers had been beating her. The sailors took her part, and many a time volunteered to give him a thorough thrashing before her eyes, but Mary would beg them not to do so, as Danby would, no doubt, be a better boy next time. But there seemed no likelihood of this, so long as that abominable bar of his stood upon the premises. As you entered the passage, it stared upon you on one side, ready to entrap all guests. It was a grotesque, old-fashioned, castellated sort of a sentry-box, made of a smoky-colored wood, and with a grating in front that lifted up like a portcullis. And here would this Danby sit all the day long, and when customers grew thin, would patronize his own ale himself, pouring down mug after mug, as if he took himself for one of his own quarter-casks. Sometimes an old crony of his, one Bob Still, would come in, and then they would occupy the sentry-box together, and swill their beer in concert. This pot friend of Danby was portly as a dray horse, and had a round, sleek, oily head, twinkling eyes, and moist red cheeks. He was a lusty troller of ale songs, and with his mug in his hand, would lean his waddling bulk partly out of the sentry-box, singing, "No frost, no snow, no wind, I trow, can hurt me if I wold. I am so wrapped and thoroughly lapped in jolly good ale and old. I stuff my skin so full within of jolly good ale and old." Or this, "Four wines and brandies I detest, here's richer juice from barley pressed. It is the quintessence of malt, and they that drink it want no salt. Come then, quick, come, and take this beer, and water henceforth you'll forswear." Alas, handsome Mary, what avail all thy private tears and remonstrances with the incorrigible Danby, so long as that brewery of a toper, Bob Still, daily eclipses thy threshold with the vast diameter of his paunch, and enthrones himself in the sentry-box, holding divided rule with thy spouse? The more he drinks, the fatter and rounder waxes Bob, and the songs pour out as the ale pours in, on the well-known principle that the air in a vessel is displaced and expelled as the liquid rises higher and higher in it. But as for Danby, the miserable Yankee grows sour on good cheer, and dries up the thinner for every drop of fat ale he imbibes. It is plain and demonstrable that much ale is not good for Yankees, and operates differently upon them from what it does upon a Briton. Ale must be drank in a fog and a drizzle. Entering the sign of the Clipper, Jackson ushered us into a small room on one side, and shortly after, handsome Mary waited upon us with a courtesy, and received the compliments of several old guests among our crew. She then disappeared to provide our supper. While my shipmates were now engaged in tippling and talking with numerous old acquaintances of theirs in the neighborhood, who thronged about the door, I remained alone in the little room, meditating profoundly upon the fact that I was now seated upon an English bench, under an English roof, in an English tavern, forming an integral part of the English empire. It was a staggering fact, but none the less true. I examined the place attentively. It was a long, narrow little room, with one small arched window with red curtains, looking out upon a smoky, untidy yard, bounded by a dingy brick wall, the top of which was horrible with pieces of broken old bottles stuck into mortar. A dull lamp swung overhead, placed in a wooden ship suspended from the ceiling. The walls were covered with a paper representing an endless succession of vessels, of all nations, continually circumnavigating the apartment. By way of a pictorial mainsail to one of these ships, a map was hung against it, representing in faded colors the flags of all nations. From the street came a confused uproar of ballad singers, bawling women, babies, and drunken sailors. And this is England? But where are the old abbeys, and the York minsters, and the Lord Mayors, and coronations, and the Maypoles, and fox hunters, and Derby races, and the dukes and duchesses, and the Count d'Orsays, which, from all my reading, I had been in the habit of associating with England? Not the most distant glimpse of them was to be seen. Alas, Wellingborough, thought I fear you stand but a poor chance to see the sights. You are nothing but a poor sailor boy, and the Queen is not going to send a deputation of noblemen to invite you to St. James's. It was then I began to see that my prospects of seeing the world as a sailor were, after all, but very doubtful. For sailors only go round the world, without going into it, and their reminiscences of travel are only a dim recollection of a chain of tap-rooms surrounding the globe parallel with the equator. They but touch the perimeter of the circle, hover about the edges of terra firma, and only land upon wharves and pierheads. They would dream as little of traveling inland to see Kenilworth or Blenheim Castle as they would of sending a car overland to the Pope when they touched at Naples. From these reveries I was soon roused by a servant girl hurrying from room to room in shrill tones, exclaiming, "Supper, supper ready!" Mounting a rickety staircase, we entered a room on the second floor. 3 tall brass candlesticks shed a smoky light upon smoky walls of what had once been sea blue, covered with sailor scrawls of foul anchors, lovers' sonnets, and ocean ditties. On one side, nailed against the wainscot in a row, were the 4 knaves of cards, each jack putting his best foot foremost as usual. What these signified I never heard. But such ample cheer, such a groaning table, such a superabundance of solids and substantial. Was it possible that sailors fared thus? The sailors who, at sea, live upon salt beef and biscuit? First and foremost was a mighty pewter dish, big as Achilles' shield, sustaining a pyramid of smoking sausages. This stood at one end. Midway was a similar dish, heavily laden with farmers' slices of head cheese. And at the opposite end, a congregation of beefsteaks, piled tier over tier. Scattered at intervals between were side dishes of boiled potatoes, eggs by the score, bread and pickles, and on a stand adjoining was an ample reserve of everything on the supper table. We fell to with all our hearts, wrapped ourselves in hot jackets of beefsteaks, curtailed the sausages with great celerity, and sitting down before the head cheese, soon raised it to its foundations. Toward the close of the entertainment, I suggested to Peggy, one of the girls who had waited upon us, that a cup of tea would be a nice thing to take, and I would thank her for one. She replied that it was too late for tea, but she would get me a cup of swipes, if I wanted it. Not knowing what swipes might be, I thought I would run the risk and try it, but it proved a miserable beverage, with a musty sour flavor, as if it had been a decoction of spoiled pickles. I never patronized swipes again, but gave it a wide berth; though at dinner afterward it was furnished to an unlimited extent, and drunk by most of my shipmates, who pronounced it good. But Bob still would not have pronounced it so, for this swipes, as I learned, was a sort of cheap substitute for beer, or a bastard kind of beer, or the washings and rinsings of old beer barrels. But I do not remember now what they said it was precisely. I only know that swipes was my abomination. As for the taste of it, I can only describe it as answering to the name itself, which is certainly significant of something vile, but it is drunk in large quantities by the poor people about Liverpool, which perhaps in some degree accounts for their poverty. Chapter 29. Redburn deferentially discourses concerning the prospects of sailors. The ship remained in Prince's Dock over 6 weeks, but as I do not mean to present a diary of my stay there, I shall here simply record the general tenor of the life led by our crew during that interval, and will then proceed to note down, at random, my own wanderings about town, and impressions of things as they are recalled to me now, after the lapse of so many years. But first I must mention that we saw little of the captain during our stay in the dock. Sometimes cane in hand, he sauntered down of a pleasant morning from the Arms Hotel, I believe it was, where he boarded, and after lounging about the ship, giving orders to his prime minister and grand vizier, the chief mate, he would saunter back to his drawing rooms. From the glimpse of a playbill which I detected peeping out of his pocket, I inferred that he patronized the theatres, and from the flush of his cheeks that he patronized the fine old port wine for which Liverpool is famous. Occasionally, however, he spent his nights on board, and mad roistering nights they were, such as rare Ben Jonson would have delighted in. For company over the cabin table, he would have 4 or 5 whiskered sea captains, who kept the steward drawing corks and filling glasses all the time, and once the whole company were found under the table at 4 o'clock in the morning, and were put to bed and tucked in by the 2 mates. Upon this occasion I agreed with our woolly doctor of divinity, the black cook, that they should have been ashamed of themselves, but there is no shame in some sea captains who only blush after the 3rd bottle. During the many visits of Captain Riga to the ship, he always said something courteous to a gentlemanly, friendless custom-house officer who stayed on board of us nearly all the time we lay in the dock. And weary days they must have been to this friendless custom-house officer, trying to kill time in the cabin with a newspaper, and rapping on the transom with his knuckles. He was kept on board to prevent smuggling, but he used to smuggle himself ashore very often, when according to law he should have been at his post on board ship. But no wonder, he seemed to be a man of fine feelings, altogether above his situation, a most inglorious one indeed, worse than driving geese to water. And now to proceed with the crew. At daylight all hands were called and the decks were washed down. Then we had an hour to go ashore to breakfast, after which we worked at the rigging, or picked oakum, or were set to some employment or other, never mind how trivial, till 12 o'clock, when we went to dinner. At 9:30 we resumed work, and finally knocked off at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, unless something particular was in hand. And after 4 o'clock we could go where we pleased, and were not required to be on board again till next morning at daylight. As we had nothing to do with the cargo, of course, our duties were light enough, and the chief mate was often put to it to devise some employment for us. We had no watches to stand, a ship-keeper, hired from shore, relieving us from that. And all the while the men's wages ran on, as at sea. Sundays we had to ourselves. Thus it will be seen that the life led by sailors of American ships in Liverpool is an exceedingly easy one, and abounding in leisure. They live ashore on the fat of the land, and after a little wholesome exercise in the morning, have the rest of the day to themselves. Nevertheless, these Liverpool voyages, likewise those to London and Havre, are the least profitable that an improvident seaman can take, because in New York he receives his month's advance, in Liverpool another, both of which in most cases quickly disappear, so that by the time his voyage terminates he generally has but little coming to him, sometimes not a cent, whereas upon a long voyage, say to India or China, his wages accumulate. He has more inducements to economize, and far fewer motives to extravagance, and when he is paid off at last, he goes away jingling a quart measure of dollars. Besides, of all seaports in the world, Liverpool perhaps most abounds in all the variety of land sharks, land rats, and other vermin which make the hapless mariner their prey. In the shape of landlords, bar-keepers, clothiers, crimps, and boarding-house loungers, the land sharks devour him limb by limb, while the land rats and mice constantly nibble at his purse. Other perils he runs also, far worse, from the denizens of notorious Corinthian haunts in the vicinity of the docks, which in depravity are not to be matched by anything this side of the pit that is bottomless. And yet sailors love this Liverpool, and upon long voyages to distant parts of the globe, will be continually dilating upon its charms and attractions, and extolling it above all other seaports in the world. For in Liverpool they find their paradise, not the well-known street of that name, and one of them told me he would be content to lie in Prince's Dock till he hove up anchor for the world to come. Much is said of ameliorating the condition of sailors, but it must ever prove a most difficult endeavor, so long as the antidote is given before the bane is removed. Consider that with the majority of them the very fact of their being sailors argues a certain recklessness and sensualism of character, ignorance and depravity. Consider that they are generally friendless and alone in the world, or if they have friends and relatives, they are almost constantly beyond the reach of their good influences. Consider that after the rigorous discipline, hardships, dangers, and privations of a voyage, they are set adrift in a foreign port, and exposed to 1,000 enticements, which under the circumstances would be hard even for virtue itself to withstand, unless virtue went about on crutches. Consider that by their very vocation they are shunned by the better classes of people, and cut off from all access to respectable and improving society. Consider all this, and the reflecting mind must very soon perceive that the case of sailors as a class is not a very promising one. Indeed, the bad things of their condition come under the head of those chronic evils which can only be ameliorated, it would seem, by ameliorating the moral organization of all civilization. Though old 74s and old frigates are converted into chapels and launched into the docks, though the boatswain's mate and other clever religious tracts in the nautical dialect are distributed among them, though clergymen harangue them from the pier-heads, and chaplains in the Navy read sermons to them on the gun-deck, though evangelical boarding-houses are provided for them, though the parsimony of ship-owners has seconded the really sincere and pious efforts of temperance societies to take away from seamen their old rations of grog while at sea, notwithstanding all these things and many more, the relative condition of the great bulk of sailors to the rest of mankind seems to remain pretty much where it was a century ago. It is too much the custom, perhaps, to regard as a special advance that unavoidable and merely participative progress which any one class makes in sharing the general movement of the race. Thus, because the sailor, who today steers the Hibernia or Unicorn steamship across the Atlantic, is a somewhat different man from the exaggerated sailors of Smollett and the men who fought with Nelson at Copenhagen, and survived to riot themselves away at North Corner and Plymouth, because the modern tar is not quite so gross as heretofore, and has shaken off some of his shaggy jackets and docked his Lord Rodney Quay, therefore, in the estimation of some observers, he has begun to see the evils of his condition, and has voluntarily improved. But upon a closer scrutiny it will be seen that he has but drifted along with that great tide, which, perhaps, has two flows for one ebb. He has made no individual advance of his own. There are classes of men in the world who bear the same relation to society at large that the wheels do to a coach, and are just as indispensable. But, however easy and delectable the springs upon which the insiders pleasantly vibrate, however sumptuous the hammer-cloth and glossy the door-panels, yet for all this the wheels must still revolve in dusty or muddy revolutions. No contrivance, no sagacity can lift them out of the mire, for upon something the coach must be bottomed, on something the insiders must roll. Now, sailors form one of these wheels. They go and come round the globe. They are the true importers and exporters of spices and silks, of fruits and wines and marbles. They carry missionaries, ambassadors, opera singers, armies, merchants, tourists, and scholars to their destination. They are a bridge of boats across the Atlantic. They are the primum mobile of all commerce. And, in short, were they to emigrate in a body to man the navies of the moon, almost everything would stop here on earth, except its revolution on its axis, and the orators in the American Congress. And yet, what are sailors? What in your heart do you think of that fellow staggering along the dock? Do you not give him a wide berth, shun him, and account him but little above the brutes that perish? Will you throw open your parlors to him, invite him to dinner, or give him a season ticket to your pew in church? No, you will do no such thing, but at a distance you will perhaps subscribe $1 or $2 for the building of a hospital, to accommodate sailors already broken down, or for the distribution of excellent books among tars who cannot read. And the very mode and manner in which such charities are made, bespeak, more than words, the low estimation in which sailors are held. It is useless to gainsay it. They are deemed almost the refuse and offscourings of the earth, and the romantic view of them is principally had through romances. But can sailors, one of the wheels of this world, be wholly lifted up from the mire? There seems not much chance for it in the old systems and programs of the future, however well-intentioned and sincere. For with such systems, the thought of lifting them up seems almost as hopeless as that of growing the grape in Nova Zembla. But we must not altogether despair for the sailor, nor need those who toil for his good be at bottom disheartened. Or time must prove his friend in the end, and though sometimes he would almost seem as a neglected stepson of heaven, permitted to run on and riot out his days with no hand to restrain him, while others are watched over and tenderly cared for. Yet we feel and we know that God is the true Father of all, and that none of His children are without the pale of His care. End of Section 6. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 7 of Redburn, His First Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Redburn, His First Voyage by Herman Melville. Chapters 30 through 32. Chapter 30. Redburn grows intolerably flat and stupid over some outlandish old guidebooks. Among the odd volumes in my father's library was a collection of old European and English guidebooks, which he had bought on his travels a great many years ago. In my childhood I went through many courses of studying them, and never tired of gazing at the numerous quaint embellishments and plates, and staring at the strange title pages, some of which I thought resembled the mustached faces of foreigners. Among others was a Parisian-looking faded, pink-covered pamphlet, the rouge here and there effaced upon its now thin and attenuated cheeks, entitled Voyage descriptif et philosophique de l'ancien et du nouveau, Paris, Miroir fidèle. Also a time-darkened, mossy old book in marbleized binding, much resembling Verde antique, entitled Itinéraire instructif de Rome, ou Description générale des monuments antiques et modernes, et des ouvrages les plus remarquables de peinture, de sculpture, et d'architecture de cette célèbre ville. On the russet title page is a vignette representing a barren rock, partly shaded by a scrub oak, a forlorn bit of landscape, and under the lee of the rock and the shade of the tree maternally reclines the houseless foster-mother of Romulus and Remus, giving suck to the illustrious twins. A pair of naked little cherubs sprawling on the ground with locked arms, eagerly engaged at their absorbing occupation. A large cactus leaf or diaper hangs from a bough, and the wolf looks a good deal like one of the no-horn breed of barnyard cows. The work is published avec privilège du souverain pontife. There was also a velvet-bound old volume in brass clasps entitled The Conductor Through Holland, with a plate of the Stadthaus. Also a venerable picture of London, abounding in representations of St. Paul's, the Monument, Temple Bar, Hyde Park Corner, the Horse Guards, the Admiralty, Charing Cross, and Vauxhall Bridge. Also a bulky book in a dusty-looking yellow cover, reminding one of the paneled doors of a mail coach, and bearing an elaborate title page, full of printers' flourishes, in emulation of the cracks of a four-in-hand whip, entitled, in part, The Great Roads, both direct and cross, throughout England and Wales, from an actual admeasurement by order of His Majesty's Postmaster General. This work describes the cities, market, and borough and corporate towns, and those at which the assizes are held, and gives the time of the mails, arrival and departure from each, describes the inns in the metropolis from which the stages go, and the inns in the country which supply post-horses and carriages, describes the noblemen and gentlemen's seats situated near the road, with maps of the environs of London, Bath, Brighton, and Margate. It is dedicated to the Right Honourable the Earls of Chesterfield and Leicester, by their Lordships' most obliged, obedient, and obsequious servant, John Gary, 1798. Also a green pamphlet, with a motto from Virgil, and an intricate coat of arms on the cover, looking like a diagram of the labyrinth of Crete, entitled A Description of York, its Antiquities and Public Buildings, particularly the Cathedral, compiled with great pains from the most authentic records. Also a small scholastic-looking volume in a classic vellum binding, and with a frontispiece bringing together at one view the towers and turrets of King's College and the magnificent Cathedral of Ely, though geographically 16 miles apart, entitled The Cambridge Guide, Its Colleges, Halls, Libraries, and Museums, with the Ceremonies of the Town and University, and some account of Ely Cathedral. Also a pamphlet with a Japan sort of cover, stamped with a disorderly higgledy-piggledy group of pagoda-looking structures, claiming to be an accurate representation of the north or grand front of Blenheim, and entitled A Description of Blenheim, the Seat of His Grace the Duke of Marlborough, containing a full account of the paintings, tapestry, and furniture, a picturesque tour of the gardens and parks, and a general description of the famous China Gallery 6C, with an essay on landscape gardening, and embellished with a view of the palace and a new and elegant plan of the great park. And lastly, and to the purpose, there was a volume called The Picture of Liverpool. It was a curious and remarkable book, and from the many fond associations connected with it, I should like to immortalize it if I could. But let me get it down from its shrine, and paint it, if I may, from the life. As I now linger over the volume to and fro, turning the pages so dear to my boyhood, the very pages which years and years ago my father turned over amid the very scenes that are here described, what a soft, pleasing sadness steals over me, and how I melt into the past and forgotten. Dear book, I will sell my Shakespeare, and even sacrifice my old quarto Hogarth, before I will part with you. Yes, I will go to the hammer myself, ere I send you to be knocked down in the auctioneer's shambles. I will, my beloved, old family relic that you are. Till you drop leaf from leaf and letter from letter, you shall have a snug shelf somewhere, though I have no bench for myself. In size, it is what the booksellers call an 18 mo. It is bound in green morocco, which, from my earliest recollection, has been spotted and tarnished with time. The corners are marked with triangular patches of red, like little cocked hats, and some unknown Goth has inflicted an incurable wound upon the back. There is no lettering outside, so that he who lounges past my humble shelves seldom dreams of opening the anonymous little book in green. There it stands, day after day, week after week, year after year, and no one but myself regards it. But I make up for all neglects with my own abounding love for it. But let us open the volume. What are these scrawls in the fly-leaves? What incorrigible pupil of a writing-master has been here? What crayon sketcher of wild animals and falling air-castles? Ah, no, these are all part and parcel of the precious book which go to make up the sum of its treasure to me. Some of the scrawls are my own, and as poets do with their juvenile sonnets, I might write under this horse, drawn at the age of 3 years, and under this autograph, executed at the age of 8. Others are the handiwork of my brothers and sisters and cousins, and the hands that sketched some of them are now mouldered away. But what does this anchor here, this ship, and this sea ditty of Dibdin's? The book must have fallen into the hands of some tarry captain of a forecastle. No, that anchor ship and Dibdin's ditty are mine. This hand drew them, and on this very voyage to Liverpool. But not so fast. I did not mean to tell that yet. Full in the midst of these pencil scrawlings, completely surrounded indeed, stands in indelible though faded ink, and in my father's handwriting, the following: Walter Redburn, Riddough's Royal Hotel, Liverpool, March 20th, 1808. Turning over that leaf, I come upon some half-effaced miscellaneous memoranda in pencil, characteristic of a methodical mind, and therefore indubitably my father's, which he must have made at various times during his stay in Liverpool. These are full of a strange, subdued, old midsummer interest to me, and though from the numerous effacements it is much like cross-reading to make them out, yet I must here copy a few random. Guidebook, 3s. 6d. Dinner at the Star and Garter, 10d. Trip to Preston, distance 31 miles, £2, 6s. 3d. Gratuities, 4d. Hack, 4s. 6d. Thomson's Seasons, 5d. Library, 1d. Boat on the river, 6d. Port wine and cigar, 4d. And on the opposite page I can just decipher the following: dine with Mr. Roscoe on Monday. Call upon Mr. Morrill same day. Leave card at Colonel Digby's on Tuesday. Theatre Friday night, Richard III and new farce. Present letter at Miss L's on Tuesday. Call on Sampson and Wilt Friday. Get my draft on London cashed. Write home by the Princess. Letter bag at Sampson and Wilt's. Turning over the next leaf, I unfold a map which, in the midst of the British arms in one corner, displays, in sturdy text, that this is a plan of the town of Liverpool. But there seems little plan in the confined and crooked-looking marks for the streets and the docks irregularly scattered along the bank of the Mersey, which flows along a peaceful stream of shaded line engraving. On the northeast corner of the map lies a level Sahara of yellowish white, a desert which still bears marks of my zeal in endeavoring to populate it with all manner of uncouth monsters and crayons. The space designated by that spot is now, doubtless, completely built up in Liverpool. Traced with a pen, I discover a number of dotted lines, radiating in all directions from the foot of Lord Street, where stands marked Riddough's Hotel, the house my father stopped at. These marks delineate his various excursions in the town, and I follow the lines on through street and lane, and across broad squares, and penetrate with them into the narrowest courts. By these marks I perceive that my father forgot not his religion in a foreign land, but attended St. John's Church near the Haymarket and other places of public worship. I see that he visited the Newsroom in Duke Street, the Lyceum in Bold Street, and the Theatre Royal, and that he called to pay his respects to the eminent Mr. Roscoe, the historian, poet, and banker. Reverentially folding this map, I pass a plate of the town hall and come upon the title page, which, in the middle, is ornamented with a piece of landscape representing a loosely clad lady in sandals, pensively seated upon a bleak rock on the seashore, supporting her head with one hand, and with the other exhibiting to the stranger an oval sort of salver bearing the figure of a strange bird, with this motto elastically stretched for a border: Deus nobis aec otia fecit. The bird forms part of the city arms, and is an imaginary representation of a now extinct fowl called the liver, said to have inhabited a pool which antiquarians assert once covered a good part of the ground where Liverpool now stands, and from that bird and this pool Liverpool derives its name. At a distance from the pensive lady in sandals is a ship under full sail, and on the beach is the figure of a small man, vainly essaying to roll over a huge bale of goods. Equally divided at the top and bottom of this design is the following title complete, but I fear the printer will not be able to give a facsimile: The Picture of Liverpool, or Stranger's Guide and Gentleman's Pocket Companion for the Town, embellished with engravings by the most accomplished and eminent artists. Liverpool, printed in Swift's Court, and sold by Woodward and Alderson, 56 Castle Street, 1803. A brief and reverential preface, as if the writer were all the time bowing, informs the reader of the flattering reception accorded to previous editions of the work, and quotes testimonies of respect which had lately appeared in various quarters, the British Critic Review and the 7th volume of the Beauties of England and Wales, and concludes by expressing the hope that this new, revised, and illustrated edition might render it less unworthy of the public notice, and less unworthy also of the subject it is intended to illustrate. A very nice, dapper, and respectful little preface, the time and place of writing which is solemnly recorded at the end: Hope Place, 1st September, 1803. But how much fuller my satisfaction, as I fondly linger over this circumstantial paragraph, if the writer had recorded the precise hour of the day, and by what timepiece, and if he had but mentioned his age, occupation, and name. But all is now lost. I know not who he was, and this estimable author must needs share the oblivious fate of all literary incognitos. He must have possessed the grandest and most elevated ideas of true fame, since he scorned to be perpetuated by a solitary initial. Could I find him out now, sleeping neglected in some churchyard, I would buy him a headstone, and record upon it naught but his title page, deeming that his noblest epitaph. After the preface, the book opens with an extract from a prologue written by the excellent Dr. Aiken, the brother of Mrs. Barbauld, upon the opening of the Theatre Royal, Liverpool, in 1772. Where Mersey's stream, long winding o'er the plain, pours his full tribute to the circling main, a band of fishers chose their humble seat. Contented labor blessed the fair retreat, inured to hardship, patient, bold, and rude, they braved the billows for precarious food. Their straggling huts were ranged along the shore, their nets and little boats their only store. Indeed, throughout, the work abounds with quaint poetical quotations and old-fashioned classical allusions to the Aeneid and Falconer's shipwreck. And the anonymous author must have been not only a scholar and a gentleman, but a man of gentle disinterestedness, combined with true city patriotism, for in his survey of the town are 9 thickly printed pages of a neglected poem by a neglected Liverpool poet. By way of apologizing for what might seem an obtrusion upon the public of so long an episode, he courteously and feelingly introduces it by saying that the poem has now for several years been scarce, and is at present but little known, and hence a very small portion of it will no doubt be highly acceptable to the cultivated reader, especially as this noble epic is written with great felicity of expression and the sweetest delicacy of feeling. Once, but once only, an uncharitable thought crossed my mind, that the author of the guidebook might have been the author of the epic. But that was years ago, and I have never since permitted so uncharitable a reflection to insinuate itself into my mind. This epic, from the specimen before me, is composed in the old stately style, and rolls along commanding as a coach and four. It sings of Liverpool and the Mersey, its docks and ships and warehouses and bales and anchors, and after descanting upon the abject times when his noble waves in glorious Mersey rolled, the poet breaks forth like all Parnassus with "Now o'er the wondering world her name resounds, from northern climes to India's distant bounds. Where'er his shores the broad Atlantic waves, where'er the Baltic rolls his wintry waves, where'er the honored flood extends his tide, that clasps Sicilia like a favored bride. Greenland for her its bulky whale resigns, and temperate Gallia rears her generous vines. Midst warm Iberia citron orchards blow, and the ripe fruitage bends the laboring bough. In every clime her prosperous fleets are known, she makes the wealth of every clime her own." It also contains a delicately curtained allusion to Mr. Roscoe. And here R.S.O., with genius all his own, new tracks explores, and all before unknown? Indeed, both the anonymous author of the guidebook and the gifted bard of the Mersey seem to have nourished the wanest appreciation of the fact that to their beloved town Roscoe imparted a reputation which gracefully embellished its notoriety as a mere place of commerce. He is called the modern Guicciardini of the modern Florence, and his histories, translations, and Italian lives are spoken of with classical admiration. The first chapter begins in a methodical, businesslike way by informing the impatient reader of the precise latitude and longitude of Liverpool, so that at the outset there may be no misunderstanding on that head. It then goes on to give an account of the history and antiquities of the town, beginning with a record in the Doomsday Book of William the Conqueror. Here it must be sincerely confessed, however, that, notwithstanding his numerous other merits, my favorite author betrays a want of the uttermost antiquarian and penetrating spirit, which would have scorned to stop in its researches at the reign of the Norman monarch, but would have pushed on resolutely through the Dark Ages, up to Moses, the man of Uz, and Adam. and finally established the fact beyond a doubt that the soil of Liverpool was created with the creation. But perhaps one of the most curious passages in the chapter of antiquarian research is the pious author's moralizing reflections upon an interesting fact he records, to wit, that in A.D. 1571 the inhabitants sent a memorial to Queen Elizabeth, praying relief under a subsidy wherein they styled themselves Her Majesty's poor decayed town of Liverpool. As I now fix my gaze upon this faded and dilapidated old guidebook, bearing every token of the ravages of near half a century, and read how this piece of antiquity enlarges like a modern upon previous antiquities, I am forcibly reminded that the world is indeed growing old. And when I turn to the second chapter, on the increase of the town and number of inhabitants, and then skim over page after page throughout the volume, all filled with allusions to the immense grandeur of a place which since then has more than quadrupled in population, opulence, and splendor, and whose present inhabitants must look back upon the period here spoken of with a swelling feeling of immeasurable superiority and pride, I am filled with a comical sadness at the vanity of all human exultation. For the copestone of today is the cornerstone of tomorrow. And as St. Peter's Church was built in great part of the ruins of old Rome, so in all our erections, however imposing, we but form quarries and supply ignoble materials for the grander domes of posterity. And even as this old guidebook boasts of the, to us, insignificant Liverpool of 50 years ago, the New York guidebooks are now vaunting of the magnitude of a town whose future inhabitants, multitudinous as the pebbles on the beach, and girdled in with high walls and towers flanking endless avenues of opulence and taste, will regard all our Broadways and Boweries as but the paltry nucleus to their Nineveh. From far up the Hudson, beyond Harlem River, where the young saplings are now growing, that will overarch their lordly mansions with broad boughs, centuries old, they may send forth explorers to penetrate into the then obscure and smoky alleys of the Fifth Avenue and 14th Street, and going still farther south, may exhume the present Doric Custom House and quote it as a proof that their high and mighty metropolis enjoyed a Hellenic antiquity. As I am extremely loath to omit giving a specimen of the dignified style of this picture of Liverpool, so different from the brief, pert, and unclerkly handbooks to Niagara and Buffalo of the present day, I shall now insert the chapter of antiquarian researches, especially as it is entertaining in itself, and affords much valuable and perhaps rare information which the reader may need concerning the famous town to which I made my first voyage. And I think that with regard to a matter concerning which I myself am wholly ignorant, it is far better to quote my old friend verbatim than to mince his substantial baron of beef of information into a flimsy rag-out of my own, and so pass it off as original. Yes, I will render unto my honored guidebook its due. But how can the printer's art so dim and mellow down the pages into a soft sunset yellow, and to the reader's eye shed over the type all the pleasant associations which the original carries to me? No. By my father's sacred memory, and all sacred privacies of fond family reminiscences, I will not quote thee, old Morocco, before the cold face of the marble-hearted world, for your antiquities would only be skipped and dishonored by shallow-minded readers, and for me, I should be charged with swelling out my volume by plagiarizing from a guidebook the most vulgar and ignominious of thefts. Chapter 31. With his prosy old guidebook, he takes a prosy stroll through the town. When I left home, I took the green morocco guidebook along, supposing that from the great number of ships going to Liverpool, I would most probably ship on board one of them, as the event itself proved. Great was my boyish delight at the prospect of visiting a place, the infallible clue to all whose intricacies I held in my hand. On the passage out, I studied its pages a good deal. In the first place, I grounded myself thoroughly in the history and antiquities of the town, as set forth in the chapter I intended to quote. Then I mastered the columns of statistics touching the advance of population, and pored over them as I used to do over my multiplication table. For I was determined to make the whole subject my own, and not be content with a mere smattering of the thing, as is too much the custom with most students of guide-books. Then I perused one by one the elaborate descriptions of public edifices, and scrupulously compared the text with the corresponding engraving, to see whether they corroborated each other. For be it known that, including the map, there were no less than 17 plates in the work, and by often examining them, I had so impressed every column and cornice in my mind, that I had no doubt of recognizing the originals in a moment. In short, when I considered that my own father had used this very guide-book, and that thereby it had been thoroughly tested, and its fidelity proved beyond a peradventure, I could not but think that I was building myself up in an unerring knowledge of Liverpool, especially as I had familiarized myself with the map, and could turn sharp corners on it with marvelous confidence and celerity. In imagination, as I lay in my berth on shipboard, I used to take pleasant afternoon rambles through the town, down St. James Street and up Great George's, stopping at various places of interest and attraction. I began to think I had been born in Liverpool, so familiar seemed all the features of the map. And though some of the streets there depicted were thickly involved, endlessly angular and crooked, like the map of Boston in Massachusetts, yet I made no doubt that I could march through them in the darkest night, and even run for the most distant dock upon a pressing emergency. Dear delusion! It never occurred to my boyish thoughts that though a guide-book 50 years old might have done good service in its day, yet it would prove but a miserable cicerone to a modern. I little imagined that the Liverpool my father saw was another Liverpool from that to which I, his son Wellingborough, was sailing. No, these things never obtruded. So accustomed had I been to associate my old Morocco guide-book with the town it described, that the bare thought of there being any discrepancy never entered my mind. While we lay in the Mersey, before entering the dock, I got out my guide-book to see how the map would compare with the identical place itself, but they bore not the slightest resemblance. However, thinks I, this is owing to my taking a horizontal view instead of a bird's-eye survey. So, never mind, old guide-book, you, at least, are all right. But my faith received a severe shock that same evening, when the crew went ashore to supper, as I have previously related. The men stopped at a curious old tavern near the Princess Dock's walls, and having my guide-book in my pocket, I drew it forth to compare notes, when I found that precisely upon the spot where I and my shipmates were standing, and a cherry-cheeked barmaid was filling their glasses, my infallible old Morocco, in that very place, located a fort, adding that it was well worth the intelligent stranger's while to visit it for the purpose of beholding the guard relieved in the evening. This was a staggerer, for how could a tavern be mistaken for a castle? And this was about the hour mentioned for the guard to turn out, yet not a red coat was to be seen. But for all this, I could not, for one small discrepancy, condemn the old family servant who had so faithfully served my own father before me. And when I learned that this tavern went by the name of the Old Fort Tavern, and when I was told that many of the old stones were yet in the walls, I almost completely exonerated my guide-book from the half-insinuated charge of misleading me. The next day was Sunday, and I had it all to myself. And now, thought I, my guide-book and I shall have a famous ramble up street and down lane, even unto the furthest limits of this Liverpool. I rose bright and early. From head to foot performed my ablutions with Eastern scrupulosity, and I arrayed myself in my red shirt and shooting jacket, and the sportsman's pantaloons, and crowned my entire man with the tarpaulin, so that from this curious combination of clothing, and particularly from my red shirt, I must have looked like a very strange compound indeed, 3 parts sportsman and 2 soldier to 1 of the sailor. My shipmates, of course, made merry at my appearance, but I heeded them not, and after breakfast jumped ashore full of brilliant anticipations. My gait was erect, and I was rather tall for my age, and that may have been the reason why, as I was rapidly walking along the dock, a drunken sailor passing exclaimed, "Eyes right! Quick step there!" Another fellow stopped me to know whether I was going fox hunting, and one of the dock police stationed at the gates, after peeping out upon me from his sentry box, a snug little den furnished with benches and newspapers, and hung round with storm jackets and oiled capes, issued forth in a great hurry, crossed my path as I was emerging into the street, and commanded me to halt. I obeyed. When scanning my appearance pertinaciously, he desired to know where I got that tarpaulin hat, not being able to account for the phenomenon of its roofing the head of a broken-down fox hunter. But I pointed to my ship, which lay at no great distance. When remarking from my voice that I was a Yankee, this faithful functionary permitted me to pass. It must be known that the police stationed at the gates of the docks are extremely observant of strangers going out, as many thefts are perpetrated on board the ships, and if they chance to see anything suspicious, they probe into it without mercy. Thus, the old men who buy shakings and rubbish from vessels must turn their bags wrong side out before the police ere they are allowed to go outside the walls. And often they will search a suspicious-looking fellow's clothes, even if he be a very thin man, with attenuated and almost imperceptible pockets. But where was I going? I will tell. My intention was, in the first place, to visit Riddough's Hotel, where my father had stopped, more than 30 years before, and then, with the map in my hand, follow him through all the town, according to the dotted lines in the diagram. For thus would I be performing a filial pilgrimage to spots which would be hallowed in my eyes. At last, when I found myself going down Old Hall Street toward Lord Street, where the hotel was situated, according to my authority, and when, taking out my map, I found that Old Hall Street was marked there, through its whole extent, with my father's pen, 1,000 fond, affectionate emotions rushed around my heart. Yes, in this very street, thought I, nay, on this very flagging, my father walked. Then I almost wept, when I looked down on my sorry apparel, and marked how the people regarded me. The men staring at so grotesque a young stranger, and the old ladies in beaver hats and ruffles crossing the walk a little to shun me. How differently my father must have appeared, perhaps in a blue coat, buff vest, and Hessian boots, and little did he think that a son of his would ever visit Liverpool as a poor friendless sailor boy. But I was not born then. No, when he walked this flagging, I was not so much as thought of. I was not included in the census of the universe. My own father did not know me then, and had never seen or heard, or so much as dreamed of me. And that thought had a touch of sadness to me. For if it had certainly been that my own parent at one time never cast a thought upon me, how might it be with me hereafter? Poor, poor Wellingborough, thought I, miserable boy, you are indeed friendless and forlorn. Here you wander a stranger in a strange town, and the very thought of your father's having been here before you but carries with it the reflection that he then knew you not, nor cared for you one whit. But dispelling these dismal reflections as well as I could, I pushed on my way till I got to Chapel Street, which I crossed, and then going under a cloister-like arch of stone, whose gloom and narrowness delighted me and filled my Yankee soul with romantic thoughts of old abbeys and minsters, I emerged into the fine quadrangle of the Merchants' Exchange. There, leaning against the colonnade, I took out my map and traced my father right across Chapel Street, and actually through the very arch at my back into the paved square where I stood. So vivid was now the impression of his having been here, and so narrow the passage from which he had emerged, that I felt like running on and overtaking him around the town hall adjoining, at the head of Castle Street. But I soon checked myself, when remembering that he had gone whither no sun's search could find him in this world. And then I thought of all that must have happened to him since he paced through that arch, what trials and troubles he had encountered, how he had been shaken by many storms of adversity, and at last died a bankrupt. I looked at my own sorry garb, and had much ado to keep from tears. But I rallied and gazed round at the sculptured stonework, and turned to my guide-book and looked at the print of the spot. It was correct to a pillar, but wanted the central ornament of the quadrangle. This, however, was but a slight subsequent erection, which ought not to militate against the general character of my friend for comprehensiveness. The ornament in question is a group of statuary in bronze, elevated upon a marble pedestal and basement, representing Lord Nelson expiring in the arms of victory. One foot rests on a rolling foe, and the other on a cannon. Victory is dropping a wreath on the dying admiral's brow, while death, under the similitude of a hideous skeleton, is insinuating his bony hand under the hero's robe, and groping after his heart. A very striking design, and true to the imagination. I never could look at death without a shudder. At uniform intervals round the base of the pedestal, 4 naked figures in chains, somewhat larger than life, are seated in various attitudes of humiliation and despair. One has his leg recklessly thrown over his knee, and his head bowed over, as if he had given up all hope of ever feeling better. Another has his head buried in despondency, and no doubt looks mournfully out of his eyes, but as his face was averted at the time, I could not catch the expression. These woebegone figures of captives are emblematic of Nelson's principal victories. But I never could look at their swarthy limbs and manacles without being involuntarily reminded of 4 African slaves in the marketplace. And my thoughts would revert to Virginia and Carolina, and also to the historical fact that the African slave trade once constituted the principal commerce of Liverpool, and that the prosperity of the town was once supposed to have been indissolubly linked to its prosecution. And I remembered that my father had often spoken to gentlemen visiting our house in New York, of the unhappiness that the discussion of the abolition of this trade had occasioned in Liverpool, that the struggle between sordid interest and humanity had made sad havoc at the firesides of the merchants, estranged sons from sires, and even separated husband from wife. And my thoughts reverted to my father's friend, the good and great Roscoe, the intrepid enemy of the trade, who in every way exerted his fine talents toward its suppression, writing a poem, The Wrongs of Africa, several pamphlets, and in his place in Parliament he delivered a speech against it, which, as coming from a member for Liverpool, was supposed to have turned many votes, and had no small share in the triumph of sound policy and humanity that ensued. How this group of statuary affected me may be inferred from the fact that I never went through Chapel Street without going through the little arch to look at it again. And there, night or day, I was sure to find Lord Nelson still falling back, Victory's wreath still hovering over his sword point, and death grim and grasping as ever, while the 4 bronze captives still lamented their captivity. Now, as I lingered about the railing of the statuary on the Sunday I have mentioned, I noticed several persons going in and out of an apartment opening from the basement under the colonnade, and advancing, I perceived that this was a news-room full of files of papers. My love of literature prompted me to open the door and step in, but a glance at my soiled shooting jacket prompted a dignified-looking personage to step up and shut the door in my face. I deliberated a minute what I should do to him, and at last resolutely determined to let him alone and pass on, which I did, going down Castle Street, so called from a castle which once stood there, said my guide-book, and turning down into Lord. Arrived at the foot of the latter street, I in vain looked round for the hotel. How serious a disappointment was this may well be imagined, when it is considered that I was all eagerness to behold the very house at which my father stopped, where he slept and dined, smoked his cigar, opened his letters, and read the papers. I inquired of some gentlemen and ladies where the missing hotel was, but they only stared and passed on, until I met a mechanic, apparently, who very civilly stopped to hear my questions and give me an answer. "Riddough's Hotel," said he. "Upon my word, I think I have heard of such a place. Let me see. Yes, that was the hotel where my father broke his arm, helping to pull down the walls. "My lad, you surely can't be inquiring for Riddough's Hotel. What do you want to find there?" "Oh, nothing," I replied. "I am much obliged for your information," and away I walked. Then, indeed, a new light broke in upon me concerning my guide-book, and all my previous dim suspicions were almost confirmed. It was nearly half a century behind the age, and no more fit to guide me about the town than the map of Pompeii. It was a sad, a solemn, and a most melancholy thought. The book on which I had so much relied, the book in the old morocco cover, the book with the cocked hat corners, the book full of fine old family associations, the book with 17 plates, executed in the highest style of art. This precious book was next to useless. Yes, the thing that had guided the father could not guide the son. And I sat down on a shop step and gave loose to meditation. "Here now, old Wellingborough," thought I, "learn a lesson, and never forget it. This world, my boy, is a moving world. Its Riddough's hotels are forever being pulled down. It never stands still, and its sands are forever shifting. This very harbor of Liverpool is gradually filling up, they say, and who knows what your son, if you ever have one, may behold, when he comes to visit Liverpool, as long after you as you come after his grandfather. And, Wellingborough, as your father's guide-book is no guide for you, neither would yours, could you afford to buy a modern one today, be a true guide to those who come after you. Guide-books, Wellingborough, are the least reliable books in all literature, and nearly all literature, in one sense, is made up of guide-books. Old ones tell us the ways our fathers went, through the thoroughfares and courts of old. But how few of those former places can their posterity trace, amid avenues of modern erections? To how few is the old guide-book now a clue? Every age makes its own guide-books, and the old ones are used for waste paper. But there is one holy guide-book, Wellingborough, that will never lead you astray, if you but follow it aright, and some noble monuments that remain, though the pyramids crumble. But though I rose from the doorstep a sadder and a wiser boy, and though my guide-book had been stripped of its reputation for infallibility, I did not treat with contumely or disdain those sacred pages which had once been a beacon to my sire. No. Poor old guide-book, thought I, tenderly stroking its back and smoothing the dog-ears with reverence. I will not use you with despite, old Morocco, and you will yet prove a trusty conductor through my old streets and the old parts of this town, even if you are at fault, now and then, concerning a Riddough's Hotel, or some other forgotten thing of the past. As I fondly glanced over the leaves, like one who loves more than he chides, my eye lighted upon a passage concerning the old dock, which much aroused my curiosity. I determined to see the place without delay, and walking on in what I presumed to be the right direction, at last found myself before a spacious and splendid pile of sculptured brown stone, and entering the porch, perceived from incontrovertible tokens that it must be the custom-house. After admiring it a while, I took out my guide-book again, and what was my amazement at discovering that, according to its authority, I was entirely mistaken with regard to this custom-house. For, precisely where I stood, the old dock must be standing. And, reading on concerning it, I met with this very apposite passage. The first idea that strikes the stranger in coming to this dock is the singularity of so great a number of ships afloat in the very heart of the town, without discovering any connection with the sea. Here now was a poser. Old Morocco confessed that there was a good deal of singularity about the thing. Nor did he pretend to deny that it was, without question, amazing that this fabulous dock should seem to have no connection with the sea. However, the same author went on to say that the astonished stranger must suspend his wonder for a while, and turn to the left. But right or left, no place answering to the description was to be seen. This was too confounding altogether, and not to be easily accounted for, even by making ordinary allowances for the growth and general improvement of the town in the course of years. So, guide-book in hand, I accosted a policeman standing by, and begged him to tell me whether he was acquainted with any place in that neighborhood called the Old Dock. The man looked at me wonderingly at first, and then, seeing I was apparently sane and quite civil into the bargain, he whipped his well-polished boot with his rattan, pulled up his silver-laced coat-collar, and initiated me into a knowledge of the following facts. It seems that in this place originally stood the pool, from which the town borrows a part of its name, and which originally wound round the greater part of the old settlements, that this pool was made into the old dock, for the benefit of the shipping, but that years ago it had been filled up and furnished the site for the custom-house before me. I now eyed the spot with a feeling somewhat akin to the Eastern traveler standing on the brink of the Dead Sea, for here the doom of Gomorrah seemed reversed, and a lake had been converted into substantial stone and mortar. Well, well, Wellingborough, thought I, you had better put the book into your pocket and carry it home to the Society of Antiquaries. It is several thousand leagues and odd furlongs behind the march of improvement. Smell its old morocco binding, Wellingborough. Does it not smell somewhat mummyish? Does it not remind you of Cheops and the catacombs? I tell you, it was written before the lost books of Livy, and is cousin german to that irrecoverably departed volume entitled The Wars of the Lord, quoted by Moses in the Pentateuch. Put it up, Wellingborough, put it up, my dear friend, and hereafter follow your nose throughout Liverpool. It will stick to you through thick and thin, and be your ship's mainmast and St. George's spire your landmarks. No. And again I rubbed its back softly, and gently adjusted a loose leaf. No, no, I'll not give you up yet. Forth, old Morocco, and lead me in sight of venerable Abbey of Birkenhead, and let these eager eyes behold the mansion once occupied by the old Earls of Derby. For the book discoursed of both places, and told how the Abbey was on the Cheshire shore, full in view from a point on the Lancashire side, covered over with ivy and brilliant with moss, and how the house of the noble Derbys was now a common jail of the town, and how that circumstance was full of suggestions and pregnant with wisdom. But alas, I never saw the Abbey, at least none was in sight from the water, and as for the house of the Earls, I never saw that. Ah me, and 10 times alas, am I to visit old England in vain, in the land of Thomas a Becket and stout John of Gaunt, not to catch the least glimpse of priory or castle? Is there nothing in all the British Empire but these smoky ranges of old shops and warehouses? Is Liverpool but a brick kiln? Why, no buildings here look so ancient as the old gable-pointed mansion of my maternal grandfather at home, whose bricks were brought from Holland long before the Revolutionary War. 'Tis a deceit, a gull, a sham, a hoax. This boasted England is no older than the state of New York. If it is, show me the proofs. Point out the vouchers. Where's the tower of Julius Caesar? Where's the Roman wall? Show me Stonehenge. But Wellingborough, I remonstrated with myself, you are only in Liverpool. The old monuments lie to the north, south, east, and west of you. You are but a sailor boy, and you cannot expect to be a great tourist and visit the antiquities in that preposterous shooting jacket of yours. Indeed, you cannot, my boy. True, true, that's it. I'm not the traveler my father was. I'm only a common carrier across the Atlantic. After a weary day's walk, I at last arrived at the sign of the Baltimore Clipper to supper, and handsome Mary poured me out a brimmer of tea, in which, for the time, I drowned all my melancholy. Chapter 32. The Docks. For more than 6 weeks the ship Highlander lay in Prince's Dock, and during that time, besides making observations upon things immediately around me, I made sundry excursions to the neighboring docks, for I never tired of admiring them. Previous to this, having only seen the miserable wooden wharves and slipshod shambling piers of New York, the sight of these mighty docks filled my young mind with wonder and delight. In New York, to be sure, I could not but be struck with the long line of shipping and tangled thicket of masts along the East River. Yet my admiration had been much abated by those irregular, unsightly wharves, which, I am sure, are a reproach and disgrace to the city that tolerates them. Whereas in Liverpool I beheld long China walls of masonry, vast piers of stone, and a succession of granite-rimmed docks, completely enclosed, and many of them communicating, which almost recalled to mind the great American chain of lakes Ontario, Erie, St. Clair, Huron, Michigan, and Superior. The extent and solidity of these structures seemed equal to what I had read of the old pyramids of Egypt. Liverpool may justly claim to have originated the model of the wet dock, so called, of the present day, and everything that is connected with its design, construction, regulation, and improvement. Even London was induced to copy after Liverpool, and Havre followed her example. In magnitude, cost, and durability, the docks of Liverpool, even at the present day, surpass all others in the world. The first dock built by the town was the Old Dock, alluded to in my Sunday stroll with my guide-book. This was erected in 1710, since which period has gradually arisen that long line of dock masonry now flanking the Liverpool side of the Mersey. For miles you may walk along that riverside, passing dock after dock, like a chain of immense fortresses, Prince's, George's, Salthouse, Clarence, Brunswick, Trafalgar, King's, Queen's, and many more. In a spirit of patriotic gratitude to those naval heroes who by their valor did so much to protect the commerce of Britain, in which Liverpool held so large a stake, the town long since bestowed upon its more modern streets certain illustrious names that Broadway might be proud of: Duncan, Nelson, Rodney, St. Vincent, Nile. But it is a pity, I think, that they had not bestowed those noble names upon their noble docks, so that they might have been as a rank and file of most fit monuments to perpetuate the names of the heroes in connection with the commerce they defended. And how much better would such stirring monuments be, full of life and commotion, than hermit obelisks of Luxor, and idle towers of stone, which, useless to the world in themselves, vainly hope to eternize a name by having it carved solitary and alone in their granite. Such monuments are cenotaphs indeed, founded far away from the true body of the fame of the hero, who, if he be truly a hero, must still be linked with the living interests of his race. For the true fame is something free, easy, social, and companionable. They are but tombstones that commemorate his death, but celebrate not his me. It is well enough that over the inglorious and thrice miserable grave of a Dives some vast marble column should be reared, recording the fact of his having lived and died. For such records are indispensable to preserve his shrunken memory among men, though that memory must soon crumble away with the marble and mix with the stagnant oblivion of the mob. But to build such a pompous vanity over the remains of a hero is a slur upon his fame, and an insult to his ghost. And more enduring monuments are built in the closet with the letters of the alphabet than even Cheops himself could have founded, with all Egypt and Nubia for his quarry. Among the few docks mentioned above occur the names of the kings and queens. At the time they often reminded me of the two principal streets in the village I came from in America, which streets once rejoiced in the same royal appellations. But they had been christened previous to the Declaration of Independence, and some years after, in a fever of freedom, they were abolished at an enthusiastic town meeting, where King George and his lady were solemnly declared unworthy of being immortalized by the village of L. A country antiquary once told me that a committee of 2 barbers were deputed to write and inform the distracted old gentleman of the fact. As the description of any one of these Liverpool docks will pretty much answer for all, I will here endeavor to give some account of Prince's Dock, where the Highlander rested after her passage across the Atlantic. This dock, of comparatively recent construction, is perhaps the largest of all, and is well known to American sailors from the fact that it is mostly frequented by the American shipping. Here lie the noble New York packets, which at home are found at the foot of Wall Street, and here lie the Mobile and Savannah cotton ships and traders. This dock was built like the others, mostly upon the bed of the river, the earth and rock having been laboriously scooped out and solidified again as materials for the quays and piers. From the river, Prince's Dock is protected by a long pier of masonry, surmounted by a massive wall, and on the side next the town it is bounded by similar walls, one of which runs along a thoroughfare. The whole space thus enclosed forms an oblong, and may, at a guess, be presumed to comprise about 15 or 20 acres. But as I had not the rod of a surveyor when I took it in, I will not be certain. The area of the dock itself, exclusive of the enclosed quays surrounding it, may be estimated at, say, 10 acres. Access to the interior from the streets is had through several gateways, so that upon their being closed, the whole dock is shut up like a house. From the river, the entrance is through a water gate, and ingress to ships is only to be had when the level of the dock coincides with that of the river, that is, about the time of high tide, as the level of the dock is always at that mark, so that when it is low tide in the river, the keels of the ships enclosed by the quays are elevated more than 20 feet above those of the vessels in the stream. This, of course, produces a striking effect to a stranger to see hundreds of immense ships floating high aloft in the heart of a mass of masonry. Prince's Dock is generally so filled with shipping that the entrance of a newcomer is apt to occasion a universal stir among all the older occupants. The dockmasters, whose authority is declared by tin signs worn conspicuously over their hats, mount the poops and forecastles of the various vessels and hail the surrounding strangers in all directions. "Highlander ahoy! Cast off your bowline and sheer alongside the Neptune. Neptune ahoy! Get out a stern line and sheer alongside the Trident. Trident ahoy! Get out a bowline and drop astern of the Undaunted." And so it runs round like a shock of electricity. Touch one, and you touch all. This kind of work irritates and exasperates the sailors to the last degree. But it is only one of the unavoidable inconveniences of enclosed docks, which are outweighed by innumerable advantages. Just without the water-gate is a basin, always connecting with the open river, through a narrow entrance between pierheads. This basin forms a sort of antechamber to the dock itself, where vessels lie waiting their turn to enter. During a storm, the necessity of this basin is obvious, for it would be impossible to dock a ship under full headway from a voyage across the ocean. From the turbulent waves she first glides into the antechamber between the pierheads, and from thence into the docks. Concerning the cost of the docks, I can only state that the King's Dock, comprehending but a comparatively small area, was completed at an expense of some £20,000. Our old shipkeeper, a Liverpool man by birth, who had long followed the seas, related a curious story concerning this dock. One of the ships which carried over troops from England to Ireland in King William's War in 1688 entered the King's Dock on the first day of its being opened in 1788, after an interval of just 1 century. She was a dark little brig called the Porta Ferry, and probably, as her timbers must have been frequently renewed in the course of 100 years, the name alone could have been all that was left of her at the time. A paved area, very wide, is included within the walls, and along the edge of the quays are ranges of iron sheds, intended as a temporary shelter for the goods unladed from the shipping. Nothing can exceed the bustle and activity displayed along these quays during the day. Bales, crates, boxes, and cases are being tumbled about by thousands of laborers. Trucks are coming and going, dockmasters are shouting, sailors of all nations are singing out at their ropes, and all this commotion is greatly increased by the resoundings from the lofty walls that hem in the den. End of Section 7. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 8 of Redburn, His First Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Redburn, His First Voyage, by Herman Melville. Chapters 33 through 37. Chapter 33. The Salt Drogers and German Immigrant Ships. Surrounded by its broad belt of masonry, each Liverpool dock is a walled town full of life and commotion, or rather it is a small archipelago, an epitome of the world, where all the nations of Christendom and even those of heathendom are represented. For in itself each ship is an island, a floating colony of the tribe to which it belongs. Here are brought together the remotest limits of the earth, and in the collective spars and timbers of these ships all the forests of the globe are represented, as in a grand parliament of masts. Canada and New Zealand send their pines, America her live oak, India her teak, Norway her spruce, and the Right Honorable Mahogany, member for Honduras and Campeche, is seen at his post by the wheel. Here, under the beneficent sway of the genius of commerce, all climes and countries embrace, and yard-arm touches yard-arm in brotherly love. A Liverpool dock is a grand caravansary inn and hotel on the spacious and liberal plan of the Astor House. Here ships are lodged at a moderate charge, and payment is not demanded till the time of departure. Here they are comfortably housed and provided for, sheltered from all weathers and secured from all calamities. For I can hardly credit a story I have heard, that sometimes in heavy gales, ships lying in the very middle of the docks have lost their top-gallant masts. Whatever the toils and hardships encountered on the voyage, whether they come from Iceland or the coast of New Guinea, here their sufferings are ended, and they take their ease in their watery inn. I know not how many hours I spent in gazing at the shipping in Prince's Dock, and speculating concerning their past voyages and future prospects in life. Some had just arrived from the most distant ports, worn, battered, and disabled. Others were all a taunt of spruce, gay and brilliant in readiness for sea. Every day the Highlander had some new neighbor. A black brig from Glasgow, with its crew of sober Scotch caps, and its staid, thrifty-looking skipper, would be replaced by a jovial French hermaphrodite, its forecastle echoing with songs, and its quarterdeck elastic from much dancing. On the other side, perhaps, a magnificent New York liner, huge as a 74, and suggesting the idea of a Mivart's or Delmonico's afloat, would give way to a Sydney immigrant ship, receiving on board its live freight of shepherds from the Grampians, ere long to be tending their flocks on the hills and downs of New Holland. I was particularly pleased and tickled with a multitude of little salt drogers, rigged like sloops, and not much bigger than a pilot boat, but with broad bows painted black, and carrying red sails which looked as if they had been pickled and stained in a tan-yard. These little fellows were continually coming in with their cargoes for ships bound to America, and lying 5 or 6 together alongside of those lofty Yankee hulls, resembled a parcel of red ants about the carcass of a black buffalo. When loaded, these comical little craft are about level with the water, and frequently, when blowing fresh in the river, I have seen them flying through the foam with nothing visible but the mast and sail, and a man at the tiller, their entire cargo being snugly secured under hatches. It was diverting to observe the self-importance of the skipper of any of these diminutive vessels. He would give himself all the airs of an admiral on a 3-decker's poop, and no doubt thought quite as much of himself. And why not? What could Caesar want more? Though his craft was none of the largest, it was subject to him, and though his crew might only consist of himself, yet if he governed it well he achieved a triumph, which the moralists of all ages have set above the victories of Alexander. These craft have each a little cabin, the prettiest, charmingest, most delightful little dog-hole in the world. Not much bigger than an old-fashioned alcove for a bed. It is lighted by little round glasses placed in the deck, so that to the insider the ceiling is like a small firmament twinkling with astral radiations. For tall men, nevertheless, the place is but ill adapted, a sitting or recumbent position being indispensable to an occupancy of the premises. Yet small, low, and narrow as the cabin is, somehow it affords accommodations to the skipper and his family. Often I used to watch the tidy good wife seated at the open little scuttle, like a woman at a cottage door, engaged in knitting socks for her husband, or perhaps cutting his hair as he kneeled before her. And once, while marveling how a couple like this found room to turn in below, I was amazed by a noisy eruption of cherry-cheeked young tars from the scuttle, whence they came rolling forth, like so many curly spaniels from a kennel. Upon one occasion I had the curiosity to go on board a salt drogher and fall into conversation with its skipper, a bachelor who kept house all alone. I found him a very sociable, comfortable old fellow, who had an eye to having things cozy around him. It was in the evening, and he invited me down into his sanctum to supper, and there we sat together like a couple in a box at an oyster cellar. "He, he chuckled, kneeling down before a fat, moist little cask of beer, and holding a cocked-hat pitcher to the faucet. "You see, Jack, I keep everything down here, and nice times I have by myself. Just before going to bed, it ain't bad to take a nightcap, you know, eh, Jack? Here now, smack your lips over that, my boy. Have a pipe? But stop, let's to supper first." So he went to a little locker, a fixture against the side, and groping in it a while, and addressing it with, "What cheer here, what cheer?" at last produced a loaf, a small cheese, a bit of ham, and a jar of butter, and then placing a board on his lap, spread the table, the pitcher of beer in the center. "Why, that's but a two-legged table," said I. "Let's make it four." So we divided the burthen, and supped merrily together on our knees. He was an old ruby of a fellow, his cheeks toasted brown, and it did my soul good to see the froth of the beer bubbling at his mouth and sparkling on his nut-brown beard. He looked so like a great mug of ale that I almost felt like taking him by the neck and pouring him out. "Now, Jack," said he, when supper was over, "now, Jack, my boy, do you smoke? Well, then, load away." And he handed me a sealskin pouch of tobacco and a pipe. We sat smoking together in this little sea cabinet of his, till it began to look much like a state-room in Tophet, and notwithstanding my host's rubicund nose, I could hardly see him for the fog. "He, my boy," then said he, "I don't never have any bugs here, I tell you. I smokes 'em all out every night before going to bed." "And where may you sleep?" said I, looking round and seeing no sign of a bed. "Sleep?" says he. "Why, I sleep in my jacket. That's the best counterpane, and I use my head for a pillow. He, funny, ain't it?" "Very funny," says I. "Have some more ale?" says he. "Plenty more." "No more, thank you," says I. "I guess I'll go." For what with the tobacco smoke and the ale, I began to feel like breathing fresh air. Besides, my conscience smote me for thus freely indulging in the pleasures of the table. "Now, don't go," said he. "Don't go, my boy. Don't go out into the damp. Take an old Christian's advice," laying his hand on my shoulder. "It won't do. You see, by going out now, you'll shake off the ale, and get broad awake again. But if you stay here, you'll soon be dropping off for a nice little nap." But notwithstanding these inducements, I shook my host's hand and departed. There was hardly anything I witnessed in the docks that interested me more than the German immigrants, who come on board the large New York ships several days before their sailing, to make everything comfortable ere starting. Old men, tottering with age, and little infants in arms, laughing girls in bright buttoned bodices, and astute, middle-aged men with pictured pipes in their mouths, would be seen mingling together in crowds of 5, 6, and 7, or 800 in one ship. Every evening these countrymen of Luther and Melanchthon gathered on the forecastle to sing and pray, and it was exalting to listen to their fine ringing anthems reverberating among the crowded shipping and rebounding from the lofty walls of the docks. Shut your eyes and you would think you were in a cathedral. They keep up this custom at sea, and every night in the dog watch sing the songs of Zion to the roll of the great ocean organ, a pious custom of a devout race, who thus send over their hallelujahs before them as they hie to the land of the stranger. And among these sober Germans my country counts the most orderly and valuable of her foreign population. It is they who have swelled the census of her northwestern states, and transferring their plows from the hills of Transylvania to the prairies of Wisconsin, and sowing the wheat of the Rhine on the banks of Ohio, raise the grain that, 100-fold increased, may return to their kinsmen in Europe. There is something in the contemplation of the mode in which America has been settled that in a noble breast should forever extinguish the prejudices of national dislikes. Settled by the people of all nations may claim her for their own. You can not spill a drop of American blood without spilling the blood of the whole world. Be he Englishman, Frenchman, German, Dane, or Scot, the European who scoffs at an American calls his own brother Raka, and stands in danger of the judgment. We are not a narrow tribe of men with a bigoted Hebrew nationality, whose blood has been debased in the attempt to ennoble it, by maintaining an exclusive succession among ourselves. No, our blood is as the flood of the Amazon, made up of 1,000 noble currents, all pouring into one. We are not a nation so much as a world, for unless we may claim all the world for our sire, like Melchizedek, we are without father or mother. For who was our father and our mother? Or can we point to any Romulus and Remus for our founders? Our ancestry is lost in the universal paternity, and Caesar and Alfred, St. Paul and Luther, and Homer and Shakespeare are as much ours as Washington, who is as much the world's as our own. We are the heirs of all time, and with all nations we divide our inheritance. On this western hemisphere all tribes and people are forming into one federated whole, and there is a future which shall see the estranged children of Adam restored as to the old hearthstone in Eden. The other world beyond this, which was longed for by the devout before Columbus's time, was found in the new, and the deep sea lead that first struck these soundings brought up the soil of earth's paradise. Not a paradise then or now, but to be made so at God's good pleasure, and in the fullness and mellowness of time. The seed is sown, and the harvest must come, and our children's children, on the world's jubilee morning, shall all go with their sickles to the reaping. Then shall the curse of Babel be revoked, a new Pentecost come, and the language they shall speak shall be the language of Britain. Frenchmen and Danes and Scots, and the dwellers on the shores of the Mediterranean and in the regions round about, Italians and Indians and Moors, there shall appear unto them cloven tongues as of fire. Chapter 34. The Irrawaddy. Among the various ships lying in Prince's Dock, none interested me more than the Irrawaddy of Bombay, a country ship, which is the name bestowed by Europeans upon the large native vessels of India. 40 years ago these merchantmen were nearly the largest in the world, and they still exceed the generality. They are built of the celebrated teak oak, the oak of the East, or, in Eastern phrase, the king of the oaks. The Irrawaddy had just arrived from Hindostan with a cargo of cotton. She was manned by 40 or 50 Lascars, the native seamen of India, who seemed to be immediately governed by a countryman of theirs of a higher caste. While his inferiors went about in strips of white linen, this dignitary was arrayed in a red army coat, brilliant with gold lace, a cocked hat, and drawn sword. But the general effect was quite spoiled by his bare feet. In discharging the cargo, his business seemed to consist in flagellating the crew with the flat of his saber, an exercise in which long practice had made him exceedingly expert. The poor fellows jumped away with the tackle rope elastic as cats. One Sunday I went aboard of the Irrawaddy, when this Oriental usher accosted me at the gangway with his sword at my throat. I gently pushed it aside, making a sign expressive of the pacific character of my motives in paying a visit to the ship, whereupon he very considerately let me pass. I thought I was in Pegu, so strangely woody was the smell of the dark-colored timbers, whose odor was heightened by the rigging of kayar, or cocoanut fiber. The Lascars were on the forecastle deck. Among them were Malays, Mahrattas, Burmese, Siamese, and Cingalese. They were seated round kids full of rice, from which, according to their invariable custom, they helped themselves with one hand, the other being reserved for quite another purpose. They were chattering like magpies in Hindustani, but I found that several of them could also speak very good English. They were a small-limbed, wiry, tawny set, and I was informed made excellent seamen, though ill adapted to stand the hardships of northern voyaging. They told me that 7 of their number had died on the passage from Bombay, 2 or 3 after crossing the Tropic of Cancer, and the rest met their fate in the Channel, where the ship had been tossed about in violent seas attended with cold rains peculiar to that vicinity. 2 more had been lost overboard from the flying jib-boom. I was condoling with a young English cabin boy on board upon the loss of these poor fellows, when he said it was their own fault. They would never wear monkey jackets, but clung to their thin India robes, even in the bitterest weather. He talked about them much as a farmer would about the loss of so many sheep by the murrain. The captain of the vessel was an Englishman, as were also the 3 mates, master, and boatswain. These officers lived astern in the cabin, where every Sunday they read the Church of England's prayers, while the heathen at the other end of the ship were left to their false gods and idols. And thus, with Christianity on the quarter-deck and paganism on the forecastle, the Irrawaddy plowed the sea. As if to symbolize this state of things, the fancy piece astern comprised, among numerous other carved decorations, a cross and a mitre, while forward, on the bows, was a sort of devil for a figurehead, a dragon-shaped creature with a fiery red mouth and a switchy-looking tail. After her cargo was discharged, which was done to the sound of flutes and soft recorders, something as work is done in the Navy to the music of the boatswain's pipe, the Lascars were set to stripping the ship, that is, to sending down all her spars and ropes. At this time she lay alongside of us, and the babble on board almost drowned our own voices. In nothing but their girdles the Lascars hopped about aloft, chattering like so many monkeys, but nevertheless showing much dexterity and seamanship in their manner of doing their work. Every Sunday crowds of well-dressed people came down to the dock to see this singular ship. Many of them perched themselves in the shrouds of the neighboring craft, much to the wrath of Captain Riga, who left strict orders with our old ship-keeper to drive all strangers out of the Highlanders' rigging. It was amusing at these times to watch the old women with umbrellas who stood on the quay staring at the Lascars, even when they desired to be private. These inquisitive old ladies seemed to regard the strange sailors as a species of wild animal, whom they might gaze at with as much impunity as at leopards in the zoological gardens. One night I was returning to the ship, when just as I was passing through the dock gate, I noticed a white figure squatting against the wall outside. It proved to be one of the Lascars who was smoking, as the regulations of the docks prohibit his indulging this luxury on board his vessel. Struck with the curious fashion of his pipe and the odor from it, I inquired what he was smoking. He replied, joggery, which is a species of weed used in place of tobacco. Finding that he spoke good English and was quite communicative, like most smokers, I sat down by Dad Abdulmans, as he called himself, and we fell into conversation. So instructive was his discourse that when we parted I had considerably added to my stock of knowledge. Indeed, it is a godsend to fall in with a fellow like this. He knows things you never dreamed of. His experiences are like a man from the moon, wholly strange, a new revelation. If you want to learn romance or gain an insight into things quaint, curious, and marvelous, drop your books of travel and take a stroll along the docks of a great commercial port. 10 to 1 you will encounter Crusoe himself among the crowds of mariners from all parts of the globe. But this is no place for making mention of all the subjects upon which I and my Lascar friend mostly discoursed. I will only try to give his account of the teak wood and kyar rope, concerning which things I was curious and sought information. The sagoon, as he called the tree which produces the teak, grows in its greatest excellence among the mountains of Malabar, whence large quantities are sent to Bombay for shipbuilding. He also spoke of another kind of wood, the scissor, which supplies most of the shen logs or knees and crooked timbers in the country ships. The sagoon grows to an immense size. Sometimes there is 50 feet of trunk, 3 feet through, before a single bough is put forth. Its leaves are very large, and to convey some idea of them, my Lascar likened them to elephants' ears. He said a purple dye was extracted from them for the purpose of staining cottons and silks. The wood is specifically heavier than water. It is easily worked and extremely strong and durable. But its chief merit lies in resisting the action of the salt water and the attacks of insects, which resistance is caused by its containing a resinous oil called puna. To my surprise, he informed me that the Irrawaddy was wholly built by the native shipwrights of India, who, he modestly asserted, surpassed the European artisans. The rigging also was of native manufacture. As the kyar, of which it is composed, is now getting into use both in England and America, as well for ropes and rigging as for mats and rugs, my Lascar friend's account of it, joined to my own observations, may not be uninteresting. In India it is prepared very much in the same way as in Polynesia. The cocoanut is gathered while the husk is still green and but partially ripe, and this husk is removed by striking the nut forcibly with both hands upon a sharp-pointed stake, planted uprightly in the ground. In this way a boy will strip nearly 1,500 in a day. But the kyar is not made from the husk, as might be supposed, but from the rind of the nut, which, after being long soaked in water, is beaten with mallets and rubbed together into fibers. After this being dried in the sun, you may spin it, just like hemp or any similar substance. The fiber thus produced makes very strong and durable ropes, extremely well adapted from their lightness and durability for the running rigging of a ship, while the same causes, united with its great strength and buoyancy, render it very suitable for large cables and hawsers. But the elasticity of the kyar ill fits it for the shrouds and standing rigging of a ship, which require to be comparatively firm. Hence, as the Irrawaddy's shrouds were all of this substance, the Lascar told me, they were continually setting up or slacking off her standing rigging, according as the weather was cold or warm. And the loss of a foretopmast between the tropics, in a squall, he attributed to this circumstance. After a stay of about 2 weeks, the Irrawaddy had her heavy Indian spars replaced with Canadian pine, and her kyar shrouds with hempen ones. She then mustered her pagans and hoisted sail for London. Chapter 35. Galliots, Cost of Guineamen, and Floating Chapel. Another very curious craft often seen in the Liverpool docks is the Dutch galliot, an old-fashioned looking gentleman with hollow waist, high prow and stern, and which, seen lying among crowds of tight Yankee traders and pert French brigantines, always reminded me of a cocked hat among modish beavers. The construction of the galliot has not altered for centuries, and the northern European nations, Danes and Dutch, still sailed the salt seas in this flat-bottomed salt-cellar of a ship, although, in addition to these, they have vessels of a more modern kind. They seldom paint the galliot, but scrape and varnish all its planks and spars, so that all over it resembles the bright side or polished streak, usually banding round an American ship. Some of them are kept scrupulously neat and clean, and remind one of a well-scrubbed wooden platter, or an old oak table, upon which much wax and elbow vigor has been expended. Before the wind, they sail well, but on a bow line, owing to their broad hulls and flat bottoms, they make leeway at a sad rate. Every day some strange vessel entered Prince's Dock, and hardly would I gaze my fill at some outlandish craft from Surat or the Levant, ere a still more outlandish one would absorb my attention. Among others I remember was a little brig from the coast of Guinea. In appearance she was the ideal of a slaver, low, black, clipper built about the bows, and her decks in a state of most piratical disorder. She carried a long rusty gun on a swivel amidships, and that gun was a curiosity in itself. It must have been some old veteran, condemned by the government, and sold for anything it would fetch. It was an antique, covered with half-effaced inscriptions, crowns, anchors, eagles, and it had two handles near the trunnions, like those of a tureen. The knob on the breech was fashioned into a dolphin's head, and by a comical conceit, the touch-hole formed the orifice of a human ear, and a stout tympanum it must have had, to have withstood the concussions it had heard. The brig, heavily loaded, lay between two large ships in ballast, so that its deck was at least 20 feet below those of its neighbors. Thus shut in, its hatchways looked like the entrance to deep vaults or mines, especially as her men were wheeling out of her hold some kind of ore, which might have been gold ore, so scrupulous were they in evening the bushel measures, in which they transferred it to the quay. And so particular was the captain, a dark-skinned whiskerando, in a Maltese cap and tassel, in standing over the sailors with his pencil and memorandum book in hand. The crew were a buccaneering-looking set, with hairy chests, purple shirts, and arms wildly tattooed. The mate had a wooden leg, and hobbled about with a crooked cane like a spiral staircase. There was a deal of swearing on board of this craft, which was rendered the more reprehensible when she came to moor alongside the floating chapel. This was the hull of an old sloop of war, which had been converted into a mariner's church. A house had been built upon it, and a steeple took the place of a mast. There was a little balcony near the base of the steeple, some 20 feet from the water, where, on week-days, I used to see an old pensioner of a tar sitting on a camp-stool reading his Bible. On Sundays he hoisted the Bethel flag, and, like the muezzin or crier of prayers on top of a Turkish mosque, would call the strolling sailors to their devotions, not officially, but on his own account, conjuring them not to make fools of themselves, but muster round the pulpit, as they did about the capstan on a man-of-war. This old worthy was the sexton. I attended the chapel several times, and found there a very orderly but small congregation. The first time I went, the chaplain was discoursing on future punishments and making allusions to the Tartarian lake, which, coupled with the pitchy smell of the old hull, summoned up the most forcible image of the thing which I ever experienced. The floating chapels which are to be found in some of the docks form one of the means which have been tried to induce the seamen visiting Liverpool to turn their thoughts towards serious things. But as very few of them ever think of entering these chapels, though they might pass them 20 times in the day, some of the clergy of a Sunday address them in the open air, from the corners of the quays, or wherever they can produce an audience. Whenever, in my Sunday strolls, I caught sight of one of these congregations, I always made a point of joining it, and would find myself surrounded by a motley crowd of seamen from all quarters of the globe, and women, and lumpers, and dock laborers of all sorts. Frequently the clergyman would be standing upon an old cask, arrayed in full canonicals, as a divine of the Church of England. Never have I heard religious discourses better adapted to an audience of men, who, like sailors, are chiefly, if not only, to be moved by the plainest of precepts and demonstrations of the misery of sin, as conclusive and undeniable as those of Euclid. No more rhetoric avails with such men. Fine periods are vanity. You cannot touch them with tropes. They need to be pressed home by plain facts. and such was generally the mode in which they were addressed by the clergy in question, who, taking familiar themes for their discourses, which were leveled right at the wants of their auditors, always succeeded in fastening their attention. In particular, the two great vices to which sailors are most addicted, and which they practice to the ruin of both body and soul, these things were the most enlarged upon, and several times on the docks I have seen a robed clergyman addressing a large audience of women collected from the notorious lanes and alleys in the neighborhood. Is not this as it ought to be, since the true calling of the reverend clergy is like their divine Master's, not to bring the righteous, but sinners to repentance? Did some of them leave the converted and comfortable congregations, before whom they have ministered year after year, and plunge at once, like St. Paul, into the infected centers and hearts of vice? Then, indeed, would they find a strong enemy to cope with, and a victory gained over him would entitle them to a conqueror's wreath. Better to save one sinner from an obvious vice that is destroying him, than to indoctrinate 10,000 saints. And as from every corner, in Catholic towns, the shrines of Holy Mary and the child Jesus perpetually remind the commonest wayfarer of his heaven, even so should Protestant pulpits be founded in the marketplaces and at street corners, where the men of God might be heard by all of his children. Chapter 36. The Old Church of St. Nicholas and the Dead House. The floating chapel recalls to mind the Old Church, well known to the seamen of many generations who have visited Liverpool. It stands very near the docks, a venerable mass of brown stone, and by the townspeople is called the Church of St. Nicholas. I believe it is the best preserved piece of antiquity in all Liverpool. Before the town rose to any importance, it was the only place of worship on that side of the Mersey, and under the adjoining parish of Walton was a chapel of ease, though from the straight-backed pews there could have been but little comfort taken in it. In old times there stood in front of the church a statue of St. Nicholas, the patron of mariners, to which all pious sailors made offerings to induce his saintship to grant them short and prosperous voyages. In the tower is a fine chime of bells, and I well remember my delight at first hearing them on the first Sunday morning after our arrival in the dock. It seemed to carry an admonition in it, something like the premonition conveyed to young Whittington by bow bells. Wellingborough, Wellingborough, you must not forget to go to church. Wellingborough, don't forget. Wellingborough, Wellingborough, don't forget. 30 or 40 years ago these bells were rung upon the arrival of every Liverpool ship from a foreign voyage. How forcibly does this illustrate the increase of the commerce of the town! Were the same custom now observed, the bells would seldom have a chance to cease. What seemed the most remarkable about this venerable old church, and what seemed the most barbarous, and grated upon the veneration with which I regarded this time-hallowed structure, was the condition of the graveyard surrounding it. From its close vicinity to the haunts of the swarms of laborers about the docks, it is crossed and recrossed by thoroughfares in all directions, and the tombstones not being erect, but horizontal, indeed they form a complete flagging to the spot, multitudes are constantly walking over the dead, their heels erasing the death's heads and crossbones, the last mementos of the departed. At noon, when the lumpers employed in loading and unloading the shipping retire for an hour to snatch a dinner, many of them resort to the graveyard, and, seating themselves upon a tombstone, use the adjoining one for a table. Often I saw men stretched out in a drunken sleep upon these slabs, and once, removing a fellow's arm, read the following inscription, which, in a manner, was true to the life, if not to the death: "Here lieth ye body of Tobias Drinker." For two memorable circumstances connected with this church, I am indebted to my excellent friend Morocco, who tells me that in 1588 the Earl of Derby, coming to his residence and waiting for a passage to the Isle of Man, the corporation erected and adorned a sumptuous stall in the church for his reception; and moreover, that in the time of Cromwell's wars, when the place was taken by that mad nephew of King Charles, Prince Rupert, he converted the old church into a military prison and stable, when, no doubt, another sumptuous stall was erected for the benefit of the steed of some noble cavalry officer. In the basement of the church is a dead house, like the morgue in Paris, where the bodies of the drowned are exposed until claimed by their friends, or till buried at the public charge. From the multitudes employed about the shipping, this dead house has always more or less occupants. Whenever I passed up Chapel Street, I used to see a crowd gazing through the grim iron grating of the door upon the faces of the drowned within. And once, when the door was opened, I saw a sailor stretched out, stark and stiff, with the sleeve of his frock rolled up, and showing his name and date of birth tattooed upon his arm. It was a sight full of suggestions. He seemed his own headstone. I was told that standing rewards are offered for the recovery of persons falling into the docks. So much if restored to life, and a less amount if irrevocably drowned. Lured by this, several horrid old men and women are constantly prying about the docks, searching after bodies. I observed them principally early in the morning, when they issued from their dens on the same principle that the rag rakers and rubbish pickers in the streets sally out bright and early, for then the night harvest has ripened. There seems to be no calamity overtaking man that cannot be rendered merchantable. Undertakers, sextons, tomb makers, and hearse drivers get their living from the dead, and in times of plague most thrive. And these miserable old men and women hunted after corpses to keep from going to the churchyard themselves, for they were the most wretched of starvelings. Chapter 37. What Redburn Saw in Launcelot's Hay. The dead house reminds me of other sad things, for in the vicinity of the docks are many very painful sights. In going to our boarding house, the sign of the Baltimore Clipper, I generally passed through a narrow street called Launcelot's Hay, lined with dingy, prison-like cotton warehouses. In this street, or rather alley, you seldom see anyone but a truckman, or some solitary old warehouse-keeper, haunting his smoky den like a ghost. Once, passing through this place, I heard a feeble wail, which seemed to come out of the earth. It was but a strip of crooked sidewalk where I stood. The dingy wall was on every side converting the midday into twilight, and not a soul was in sight. I started, and could almost have run when I heard that dismal sound. It seemed the low, hopeless, endless wail of some one forever lost. At last I advanced to an opening which communicated downward with deep tiers of cellars beneath a crumbling old warehouse. And there, some 15 feet below the walk, crouching in nameless squalor, with her head bowed over, was the figure of what had been a woman. Her blue arms folded to her livid bosom two shrunken things like children that leaned toward her, one on each side. At first I knew not whether they were alive or dead. They made no sign. They did not move or stir, but from the vault came that soul-sickening wail. I made a noise with my foot, which in the silence echoed far and near, but there was no response. Louder still, when one of the children lifted its head, and cast upward a faint glance, then closed its eyes and lay motionless. The woman also now gazed up and perceived me, but let fall her eye again. They were dumb, and next to dead with want. How they had crawled into that den I could not tell, but there they had crawled to die. At that moment I never thought of relieving them, for death was so stamped in their glazed and unimploring eyes that I almost regarded them as already no more. I stood looking down on them, while my whole soul swelled within me, and I asked myself what right had anybody in the wide world to smile and be glad when sights like this were to be seen. It was enough to turn the heart to gall, and make a man-hater of a Howard. For who were these ghosts that I saw? Were they not human beings? A woman and two girls, with eyes and lips and ears like any queen? With hearts which, though they did not bound with blood, yet beat with a dull, dead ache that was their life. At last I walked on toward an open lot in the alley, hoping to meet there some ragged old women, whom I had daily noticed groping amid foul rubbish for little particles of dirty cotton, which they washed out and sold for a trifle. I found them, and accosting one, I asked if she knew of the persons I had just left. She replied that she did not, nor did she want to. I then asked another, a miserable, toothless old woman, with a tattered strip of coarse baling stuff round her body. Looking at me for an instant, she resumed her raking in the rubbish, and said that she knew who it was that I spoke of, but that she had no time to attend to beggars and their brats. Accosting still another, who seemed to know my errand, I asked if there was no place to which the woman could be taken. Yes, she replied, to the churchyard. I said she was alive and not dead. Then she'll never die, was the rejoinder. She's been down there these 3 days with nothing to eat. That I know myself. She desarves it, said an old hag, who was just placing on her crooked shoulders her bag of pickings, and who was turning to totter off. That Betsy Jennings desarves it. Was she ever married? Tell me that. Leaving Launcelot's Hay, I turned into a more frequented street, and soon meeting a policeman, told him of the condition of the woman and the girls. "It's none of my business, Jack," said he. "I don't belong to that street." "Who does, then?" "I don't know. But what business is it of yours? Are you not a Yankee?" "Yes," said I. "But come, I will help you remove that woman if you say so." "There now, Jack, go on board your ship and stick to it, and leave these matters to the town." I accosted 2 more policemen with no better success. They would not even go with me to the place. The truth was, it was out of the way, in a silent, secluded spot, and the misery of the 3 outcasts, hiding away in the ground, did not obtrude upon any one. Returning to them, I again stamped to attract their attention, but this time none of the 3 looked up, or even stirred. While I yet stood irresolute, a voice called to me from a high, iron-shuttered window in a loft over the way, and asked what I was about. I beckoned to the man, a sort of porter, to come down, which he did. When I pointed down into the vault, "Well," said he, "what of it?" "Can't we get them out?" said I. "Haven't you some place in your warehouse where you can put them? Have you nothing for them to eat?" "You're crazy, boy," said he. "Do you suppose that Parkins and Wood want their warehouse turned into a hospital?" I then went to my boarding-house, and told Handsome Mary of what I had seen, asking her if she could not do something to get the woman and girls removed, or if she could not do that, let me have some food for them. But though a kind person in the main, Mary replied that she gave away enough to beggars in her own street, which was true enough, without looking after the whole neighborhood. Going into the kitchen, I accosted the cook, a little, shriveled-up old Welshwoman, with a saucy tongue, whom the sailors called Brandy Nan, and begged her to give me some cold victuals, if she had nothing better, to take to the vault. But she broke out in a storm of swearing at the miserable occupants of the vault, and refused. I then stepped into the room where our dinner was being spread, and waiting till the girl had gone out, I snatched some bread and cheese from a stand, and thrusting it into the bosom of my frock, left the house. Hurrying to the lane, I dropped the food down into the vault. One of the girls caught at it convulsively, but fell back, apparently fainting. The sister pushed the other's arm aside, and took the bread in her hand, but with a weak, uncertain grasp like an infant's. She placed it to her mouth, but letting it fall again, murmuring faintly something like "water." The woman did not stir. Her head was bowed over, just as I had first seen her. Seeing how it was, I ran down toward the docks to a mean little sailor tavern, and begged for a pitcher. But the cross old man who kept it refused, unless I would pay for it. But I had no money. So, as my boarding-house was some way off, and it would be lost time to run to the ship for my big iron pot, under the impulse of the moment, I hurried to one of the boodle hydrants, which I remembered having seen running near the scene of a still smoldering fire in an old rag house, and taking off a new tarpaulin hat which had been loaned me that day, filled it with water. With this I returned to Launcelot's Hay, and with considerable difficulty, like getting down into a well, I contrived to descend with it into the vault, where there was hardly space enough left to let me stand. The two girls drank out of the hat together, looking up at me with an unalterable, idiotic expression, that almost made me faint. The woman spoke not a word, and did not stir. While the girls were breaking and eating the bread, I tried to lift the woman's head, but feeble as she was, she seemed bent upon holding it down. Observing her arms still clasped upon her bosom, and that something seemed hidden under the rags there, a thought crossed my mind which impelled me forcibly to withdraw her hands for a moment, when I caught a glimpse of a meager little babe, the lower part of its body thrust into an old bonnet. Its face was dazzlingly white, even in its squalor, but the closed eyes looked like balls of indigo. It must have been dead some hours. The woman refusing to speak, eat, or drink, I asked one of the girls who they were, and where they lived, but she only stared vacantly, muttering something that could not be understood. The air of the place was now getting too much for me, but I stood deliberating a moment whether it was possible for me to drag them out of the vault. But if I did, what then? They would only perish in the street, and here they were at least protected from the rain, and more than that, might die in seclusion. I crawled up into the street, and looking down upon them again, almost repented that I had brought them any food, for it would only tend to prolong their misery, without hope of any permanent relief, for die they must very soon. They were too far gone for any medicine to help them. I hardly know whether I ought to confess another thing that occurred to me as I stood there, but it was this. I felt an almost irresistible impulse to do them the last mercy, of in some way putting an end to their horrible lives. And I should almost have done so, I think, had I not been deterred by thoughts of the law. For I well knew that the law, which would let them perish of themselves without giving them one cup of water, would spend £1,000, if necessary, in convicting him who should so much as offer to relieve them from their miserable existence. The next day, and the next, I passed the vault 3 times, and still met the same sight, the girls leaning up against the woman on each side, and the woman with her arms still folding the babe, and her head bowed. The first evening I did not see the bread that I had dropped down in the morning, but the second evening the bread I had dropped that morning remained untouched. On the third morning the smell that came from the vault was such that I accosted the same policeman I had accosted before, who was patrolling the same street, and told him that the persons I had spoken to him about were dead, and he had better have them removed. He looked as if he did not believe me, and added that it was not his street. When I arrived at the docks on my way to the ship, I entered the guard-house within the walls, and asked for one of the captains to whom I told the story, but from what he said was led to infer that the dock police was distinct from that of the town, and this was not the right place to lodge my information. I could do no more that morning, being obliged to repair to the ship, but at 12 o'clock, when I went to dinner, I hurried into Launcelot's Hay, when I found that the vault was empty. In place of the woman and children, a heap of quicklime was glistening. I could not learn who had taken them away, or whither they had gone, but my prayer was answered. They were dead, departed, and at peace. But again I looked down into the vault, and in fancy beheld the pale shrunken forms still crouching there. Ah, what are our creeds, and how do we hope to be saved? Tell me, O Bible, that story of Lazarus again, that I may find comfort in my heart for the poor and forlorn. Surrounded as we are by the wants and woes of our fellow men, and yet given to follow our own pleasures regardless of their pains, are we not like people sitting up with a corpse and making merry in the house of the dead? End of Section 8. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 9 of Redburn, His First Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Redburn, His First Voyage, by Herman Melville. Chapters 38 through 42. Chapter 38. The Dock Wall Beggars. I might relate other things which befell me during the 6 weeks and more that I remained in Liverpool, often visiting the cellars, sinks, and hovels of the wretched lanes and courts near the river. But to tell of them would only be to tell over again the story just told, so I return to the docks. The old women described as picking dirty fragments of cotton in Thai empty lot belong to the same class of beings who at all hours of the day are to be seen within the dock walls, raking over and over the heaps of rubbish carried ashore from the holds of the shipping. As it is against the law to throw the least thing overboard, even a rope yarn, and as this law is very different from similar laws in New York, inasmuch as it is rigidly enforced by the dockmasters, and moreover, as after discharging a ship's cargo, a great deal of dirt and worthless dunnage remains in the hold, the amount of rubbish accumulated in the appointed receptacles for depositing it within the walls is extremely large, and is constantly receiving new accessions from every vessel that unlades at the quays. Standing over these noisome heaps, you will see scores of tattered wretches, armed with old rakes and picking irons, turning over the dirt and making as much of a rope yarn as if it were a skein of silk. Their findings, nevertheless, are but small, for as it is one of the immemorial perquisites of the second mate of a merchant ship to collect and sell on his own account all the condemned old junk of the vessel to which he belongs, he generally takes good heed that in the buckets of rubbish carried ashore there shall be as few rope yarns as possible. In the same way, the cook preserves all the odds and ends of pork rinds and beef fat, which he sells at considerable profit, upon a 6 months' voyage frequently realizing $30 or $40 from the sale, and in large ships even more than that. It may easily be imagined, then, how desperately driven to it must these rubbish-pickers be, to ransack heaps of refuse which have been previously gleaned. Nor must I omit to make mention of the singular beggary practiced in the streets frequented by sailors, and particularly to record the remarkable army of paupers that beset the docks at particular hours of the day. At 12 o'clock, the crews of hundreds and hundreds of ships issue in crowds from the dock gates to go to their dinner in the town. This hour is seized upon by multitudes of beggars to plant themselves against the outside of the walls, while others stand upon the curbstone to excite the charity of the seamen. The first time that I passed through this long lane of pauperism, it seemed hard to believe that such an array of misery could be furnished by any town in the world. Every variety of want and suffering here met the eye, and every vice showed here its victims. Nor were the marvelous and almost incredible shifts and stratagems of the professional beggars wanting to finish this picture of all that is dishonorable to civilization and humanity. Old women, rather mummies, drying up with slow starving and age, young girls incurably sick who ought to have been in the hospital, sturdy men with the gallows in their eyes and a whining lie in their mouths, young boys hollow-eyed and decrepit, and puny mothers holding up puny babes in the glare of the sun, formed the main features of the scene. But these were diversified by instances of peculiar suffering, vice, or art in attracting charity, which to me at least, who had never seen such things before, seemed to the last degree uncommon and monstrous. I remember one cripple, a young man rather decently clad, who sat huddled up against the wall, holding a painted board on his knees.
It was a picture intending to represent the man himself caught in the machinery of some factory, and whirled about among spindles and cogs, with his limbs mangled and bloody. This person said nothing, but sat silently exhibiting his board. Next to him, leaning upright against the wall, was a tall, pallid man, with a white bandage round his brow, and his face cadaverous as a corpse. He, too, said nothing, but with one finger silently pointed down to the square of flagging at his feet, which was nicely swept and stained blue, and bore this inscription in chalk: "I have had no food for 3 days. My wife and children are dying." Further on lay a man with one sleeve of his ragged coat removed, showing an unsightly sore, and above it a label with some writing. In some places, for the distance of many rods, the whole line of flagging immediately at the base of the wall would be completely covered with inscriptions, the beggars standing over them in silence. But as you passed along these horrible records, in an hour's time destined to be obliterated by the feet of thousands and thousands of wayfarers, you were not left unassailed by the clamorous petitions of the more urgent applicants for charity. They beset you on every hand, catching you by the coat, hanging on and following you along, and for heaven's sake, and for God's sake, and for Christ's sake, beseeching of you but one halfpenny. If you so much as glanced your eye on one of them, even for an instant, it was perceived like lightning, and the person never left your side until you turned into another street, or satisfied his demands. Thus, at least, it was with the sailors, though I observed that the beggars treated the townspeople differently. I cannot say that the seamen did much to relieve the destitution which 3 times every day was presented to their view. Perhaps habit had made them callous, but the truth might have been that very few of them had much money to give. Yet the beggars must have had some inducement to infest the dock walls as they did. As an example of the caprice of sailors and their sympathy with suffering among members of their own calling, I must mention the case of an old man who every day and all day long, through sunshine and rain, occupied a particular corner where crowds of tars were always passing. He was an uncommonly large, plethoric man, with a wooden leg, and dressed in the nautical garb. His face was red and round. He was continually merry, and with his wooden stump thrust forth, so as almost to trip up the careless wayfarer, he sat upon a great pile of monkey jackets, with a little depression in them between his knees, to receive the coppers thrown him. And plenty of pennies were tossed into his poor box by the sailors, who always exchanged a pleasant word with the old man, and passed on, generally regardless of the neighboring beggars. The first morning I went ashore with my shipmates, some of them greeted him as an old acquaintance, for that corner he had occupied for many long years. He was an old man-of-war's man, who had lost his leg at the battle of Trafalgar, and singular to tell, he now exhibited his wooden one as a genuine specimen of the oak timbers of Nelson's ship, the Victory. Among the paupers were several who wore old sailor hats and jackets, and claimed to be destitute tars, and on the strength of these pretensions demanded help from their brethren. But Jack would see through their disguise in a moment, and turn away with no benediction. As I daily passed through this lane of beggars, who thronged the docks as the Hebrew cripples did the pool of Bethesda, and as I thought of my utter inability in any way to help them, I could not but offer up a prayer that some angel might descend and turn the waters of the docks into an elixir that would heal all their woes, and make them, man and woman, healthy and whole as their ancestors, Adam and Eve, in the garden. Adam and Eve. If indeed ye are yet alive and in heaven, may it be no part of your immortality to look down upon the world ye have left. For as all these sufferers and cripples are as much your family as young Abel, so to you the sight of the world's woes would be a parental torment indeed. Chapter 39. The Booble Alleys of the Town. The same sights that are to be met with along the dock walls at noon, in a less degree, though diversified with other scenes, are continually encountered in the narrow streets where the sailor boarding houses are kept. In the evening, especially when the sailors are gathered in great numbers, these streets present a most singular spectacle, the entire population of the vicinity being seemingly turned into them. Hand organs, fiddles, and cymbals, plied by strolling musicians, mix with the songs of the seamen, the babble of women and children, and the groaning and whining of beggars. From the various boarding houses, each distinguished by gilded emblems outside, an anchor, a crown, a ship, a windlass, or a dolphin, proceeds the noise of revelry and dancing. And from the open casements lean young girls and old women, chattering and laughing with the crowds in the middle of the street. Every moment strange greetings are exchanged between old sailors who chance to stumble upon a shipmate last seen in Calcutta or Savannah, and the invariable courtesy that takes place upon these occasions is to go to the next spirit vault and drink each other's health. There are particular paupers who frequent particular sections of these streets, and who, I was told, resented the intrusion of mendicants from other parts of the town. Chief among them was a white-haired old man, stone blind, who was led up and down through the long tumult by a woman holding a little saucer to receive contributions. This old man sang, or rather chanted, certain words in a peculiarly long, drawn, guttural manner, throwing back his head and turning up his sightless eyeballs to the sky. His chant was a lamentation upon his infirmity, and at the time it produced the same effect upon me that my first reading of Milton's Invocation to the Sun did years afterward. I cannot recall it all, but it was something like this, drawn out in an endless groan. Here goes the blind old man, blind, blind, blind. No more will he see sun nor moon, no more see sun nor moon. And thus would he pass through the middle of the street, the woman going on in advance, holding his hand and dragging him through all obstructions, now and then leaving him standing while she went among the crowd soliciting coppers. But one of the most curious features of the scene is the number of sailor ballad singers who, after singing their verses, hand you a printed copy and beg you to buy. One of these persons, dressed like a man-of-war's man, I observed every day standing at a corner in the middle of the street. He had a full, noble voice, like a church organ, and his notes rose high above the surrounding din. But the remarkable thing about this ballad singer was one of his arms, which, while singing, he somehow swung vertically round and round in the air, as if it revolved on a pivot. The feat was unnaturally unaccountable, and he performed it with the view of attracting sympathy, since he said that in falling from a frigate's masthead to the deck, he had met with an injury which had resulted in making his wonderful arm what it was. I made the acquaintance of this man and found him no common character. He was full of marvelous adventures, and abounded in terrific stories of pirates and sea murders, and all sorts of nautical enormities. He was a monomaniac upon these subjects. He was a Newgate calendar of the robberies and assassinations of the day, happening in the sailor quarters of the town. And most of his ballads were upon kindred subjects. He composed many of his own verses, and had them printed for sale on his own account. To show how expeditious he was at this business, it may be mentioned that one evening on leaving the dock to go to supper, I perceived a crowd gathered about the old Fort Tavern, and, mingling with the rest, I learned that a woman of the town had just been killed at the bar by a drunken Spanish sailor from Cadiz. The murderer was carried off by the police before my eyes, and the very next morning the ballad singer with the miraculous arm was singing the tragedy in front of the boarding houses, and handing round printed copies of the song, which, of course, were eagerly bought up by the seamen. This passing allusion to the murder will convey some idea of the events which take place in the lowest and most abandoned neighborhoods frequented by sailors in Liverpool. The pestilent lanes and alleys which, in their vocabulary, go by the names of Rotten Row, Gibraltar Place, and Booble Alley, are putrid with vice and crime, to which perhaps the round globe does not furnish a parallel. The sooty and begrimed bricks of the very houses have a reeking Sodom-like and murderous look, and well may the shroud of coal smoke which hangs over this part of the town more than any other attempt to hide the enormities here practiced. These are the haunts from which sailors sometimes disappear forever, or issue in the morning robbed naked from the broken doorways. These are the haunts in which cursing, gambling, pickpocketing, and common iniquities are virtues too lofty for the infected gorgons and hydras to practice. Propriety forbids that I should enter into details, but kidnappers, burkers, and resurrectionists are almost saints and angels to them. They seem leagued together, a company of miscreant misanthropes, bent upon doing all the malice to mankind in their power. With sulphur and brimstone, they ought to be burned out of their arches like vermin. Chapter 40. Placards, brass jewelers, truck horses, and steamers. As I wish to group together what fell under my observation concerning the Liverpool docks and the scenes round about, I will try to throw into this chapter various minor things that I recall. The advertisements of pauperism chalked upon the flagging round the dock walls are singularly accompanied by a multitude of quite different announcements placarded upon the walls themselves. They are principally notices of the approaching departure of superior, fast-sailing, coppered and copper-fastened ships for the United States, Canada, New South Wales, and other places. Interspersed with these are the advertisements of Jewish clothesmen informing the judicious seaman where he can procure of the best and the cheapest, together with ambiguous medical announcements of the tribe of quacks and empirics who prey upon all seafaring men. Not content with thus publicly giving notice of their whereabouts, these indefatigable sangrados and pretended Samaritans hire a parcel of shabby workhouse-looking knaves whose business consists in haunting the dock walls about meal times, and silently thrusting mysterious little billets, duodecimo editions of the larger advertisements, into the astonished hands of the tars. They do this with such a mysterious hang-dog wink, such a sidelong air, such a villainous assumption of your necessities, that at first you are almost tempted to knock them down for their pains. Conspicuous among the notices on the walls are huge italic inducements to all seamen disgusted with the merchant service to accept a round bounty and embark in Her Majesty's Navy. In the British armed marine, in time of peace, they do not ship men for the general service, as in the American Navy, but for particular ships going upon particular cruises. Thus, the frigate Thetis may be announced as about to sail under the command of that fine old sailor and noble father to his crew, Lord George Flagstaff. Similar announcements may be seen upon the walls concerning enlistments in the army. And never did auctioneer dilate with more rapture upon the charms of some country seat put up for sale than the authors of these placards do upon the beauty and salubrity of the distant climes for which the regiment's wanting recruits are about to sail. Bright lawns, vine-clad hills, endless meadows of verdure, here make up the landscape, and adventurous young gentlemen fond of travel are informed that here is a chance for them to see the world at their leisure, and be paid for enjoying themselves into the bargain. The regiments for India are promised plantations among valleys of palms, while to those destined for New Holland a novel sphere of life and activity is opened, and the companies bound to Canada and Nova Scotia are lured by tales of summer suns that ripen grapes in December. No word of war is breathed. Hushed is the clang of arms in these announcements, and the sanguine recruit is almost tempted to expect that pruning hooks instead of swords will be the weapons he will wield. Alas! Is not this the cruel stratagem of Brace at Bannockburn, who decoyed to his war pits by covering them over with green boughs? For instead of a farm at the blue base of the Himalayas, the Indian recruit encounters the keen saber of the Sikh. and instead of basking in sunny bowers, the Canadian soldier stands a shivering sentry upon the bleak ramparts of Quebec, a lofty mark for the bitter blasts from Baffin's Bay and Labrador. There, as his eye sweeps down the St. Lawrence, whose every billow is bound for the main that laves the shore of Old England, as he thinks of his long term of enlistment, which sells him to the army as Dr. Faust sold himself to the devil, how the poor fellow must groan in his grief, and call to mind the churchyard stile and his Mary. These army announcements are well fitted to draw recruits in Liverpool. Among the vast number of immigrants who daily arrive from all parts of Britain to embark for the United States or the colonies, there are many young men who, upon arriving at Liverpool, find themselves next to penniless, or at least with only enough money to carry them over the sea, without providing for future contingencies. How easily and naturally, then, may such youths be induced to enter upon the military life, which promises them a free passage to the most distant and flourishing colonies, and certain pay for doing nothing, besides holding out hopes of vineyards and farms to be verified in the fullness of time. For in a moneyless youth, the decision to leave home at all and embark upon a long voyage to reside in a remote clime is a piece of adventurousness only one removed from the spirit that prompts the army recruit to enlist. I never passed these advertisements surrounded by crowds of gaping immigrants without thinking of rat traps. Besides the mysterious agents of the quacks who privily thrust their little notes into your hands folded up like a powder, there are another set of rascals prowling about the docks, chiefly at dusk, who make strange motions to you and beckon you to one side, as if they had some state secret to disclose, intimately connected with the weal of the Commonwealth. They nudge you with an elbow full of indefinite hints and intimations. They glitter upon you an eye like a Jew's or a pawnbroker's. They dog you like Italian assassins. But if the blue coat of a policeman chances to approach, how quickly they strive to look completely indifferent as to the surrounding universe. How they saunter off, as if lazily wending their way to an affectionate wife and family. The first time one of these mysterious personages accosted me, I fancied him crazy, and hurried forward to avoid him. But arm in arm with my shadow, he followed after, till, amazed at his conduct, I turned round and paused. He was a little shabby old man with a forlorn-looking coat and hat, and his hand was fumbling in his vest pocket as if to take out a card with his address. Seeing me stand still, he made a sign toward a dark angle of the wall, near which we were. When taking him for a cunning footpad, I again wheeled about and swiftly passed on. But though I did not look round, I felt him following me still. So once more I stopped. The fellow now assumed so mystic and admonitory an air that I began to fancy he came to me on some warning errand, that perhaps a plot had been laid to blow up the Liverpool docks, and he was some Monteagle bent upon accomplishing my flight. I was determined to see what he was. With all my eyes about me, I followed him into the arch of a warehouse, when he gazed round furtively, and silently showing me a ring, whispered, "You may have it for $1. It's pure gold. I found it in the gutter. Hush! Don't speak. Give me the money, and it's yours." "My friend," said I don't trade in these articles. I don't want your ring." "Don't you? Then take that," he whispered, in an intense hushed passion, and I fell flat from a blow on the chest, while this infamous jeweler made away with himself out of sight. This business transaction was conducted with a counting-house promptitude that astonished me. After that, I shunned these scoundrels like the leprosy, and the next time I was pertinaciously followed, I stopped, and in a loud voice pointed out the man to the passers-by, upon which he absconded, rapidly turning up into sight a pair of obliquely worn and battered boot heels. I could not help thinking that these sort of fellows, so given to running away upon emergencies, must furnish a good deal of work to the shoemakers, as they might also to the growers of hemp and gallows joiners. Belonging to a somewhat similar fraternity with these irritable merchants of brass jewelry just mentioned are the peddlers of Sheffield razors, mostly boys, who are hourly driven out of the dock gates by the police. Nevertheless, they contrive to saunter back and board the vessels, going among the sailors and privately exhibiting their wares. Incited by the extreme cheapness of one of the razors, and the gilding on the case containing it, a shipmate of mine purchased it on the spot for a commercial equivalent of the price in tobacco. On the following Sunday he used that razor, and the result was a pair of tormented and tomahawked cheeks that almost required a surgeon to dress them. In old times, by the way, it was not a bad thought that suggested the propriety of a barber's practicing surgery in connection with the chin-harrowing vocation. Another class of knaves who practice upon the sailors in Liverpool are the pawnbrokers, inhabiting little rookeries among the narrow lanes adjoining the dock. I was astonished at the multitude of gilded balls in these streets, emblematic of their calling. They were generally next neighbors to the gilded grapes over the spirit vaults, and no doubt, mutually to facilitate business operations, some of these establishments have connecting doors inside, so as to play their customers into each other's hands. I often saw sailors in a state of intoxication rushing from a spirit vault into a pawnbroker's, stripping off their boots, hats, jackets, and neckerchiefs, and sometimes even their pantaloons on the spot, and offering to pawn them for a song. Of course, such applications were never refused. But though on shore at Liverpool poor Jack finds more sharks than at sea, he himself is by no means exempt from practices that do not savor of a rigid morality, at least according to law. In tobacco smuggling he is an adept, and when cool and collected, often manages to evade the customs completely and land goodly packages of the weed, which, owing to the immense duties upon it in England, commands a very high price. As soon as we came to anchor in the river, before reaching the dock, 3 custom-house underlings boarded us, and, coming down into the forecastle, ordered the men to produce all the tobacco they had. Accordingly, several pounds were brought forth. "Is that all?" asked the officers. "All," said the men. "We will see," returned the others. And without more ado, they emptied the chests right and left, tossed over the bunks, and made a thorough search of the premises, but discovered nothing. The sailors were then given to understand that while the ship lay in dock, the tobacco must remain in the cabin, under custody of the chief mate, who every morning would dole out to them 1 plug per head, as a security against their carrying it ashore. "Very good," said the men. But several of them had secret places in the ship, from whence they daily drew pound after pound of tobacco, which they smuggled ashore in the manner following. When the crew went to meals, each man carried at least 1 plug in his pocket. That he had a right to, and as many more were hidden about his person as he dared. Among the great crowds pouring out of the dock gates at such hours, of course these smugglers stood little chance of detection, although vigilant-looking policemen were always standing by. And though these Charlies might suppose there were tobacco smugglers passing, yet to hit the right man among such a throng would be as hard as to harpoon a speckled porpoise, one of 10,000 darting under a ship's bows. Our forecastle was often visited by foreign sailors, who, knowing we came from America, were anxious to purchase tobacco at a cheap rate, for in Liverpool it is about an American penny per pipeful. Along the docks they sell an English pennyworth, put up in a little roll like confectioners' mottoes, with poetical lines or instructive little moral precepts printed in red on the back. Among all the sights of the docks, the noble truck horses are not the least striking to a stranger. They are large and powerful brutes, with such sleek and glossy coats that they look as if brushed and put on by a valet every morning. They march with a slow and stately step, lifting their ponderous hoofs like royal Siam elephants. Thou shalt not lay stripes upon these Roman citizens, for their docility is such they are guided without rein or lash. They go or come, halt or march on at a whisper. So grave, dignified, gentlemanly, and courteous did these fine truck horses look, so full of calm intelligence and sagacity, that often I endeavored to get into conversation with them, as they stood in contemplative attitudes while their loads were preparing. But all I could get from them was the mere recognition of a friendly neigh, though I would stake much upon it that, could I have spoken in their language, I would have derived from them a good deal of valuable information touching the docks, where they pass the whole of their dignified lives. There are unknown worlds of knowledge in brutes, and whenever you mark a horse or a dog with a peculiarly mild, calm, deep-seated eye, be sure he is an Aristotle or a Kant, tranquilly speculating upon the mysteries in man. No philosophers so thoroughly comprehend us as dogs and horses. They see through us at a glance, and after all, what is a horse but a species of four-footed dumb man in a leathern overall, who happens to live upon oats and toils for his masters, half requited or abused, like the biped hewers of wood and drawers of water? But there is a touch of divinity even in brutes, and a special halo about a horse that should forever exempt him from indignities. As for those majestic, magisterial truck horses of the docks, I would as soon think of striking a judge on the bench as to lay violent hand upon their holy hides. It is wonderful what loads their majesties will condescend to draw. The truck is a large, square platform on 4 low wheels, and upon this the lumpers pile bale after bale of cotton, as if they were filling a large warehouse, and yet a procession of 3 of these horses will tranquilly walk away with the whole. The truckmen themselves are almost as singular a race as their animals. Like the judiciary in England, they wear gowns, not of the same cut and color, though, which reach below their knees, and from the racket they make on the pavements with their hobnailed brogans, you would think they patronized the same shoemaker with their horses. I never could get anything out of these truckmen. They are a reserved, sober-sided set, who, with all possible solemnity, march at the head of their animals, now and then gently advising them to sheer to the right or the left, in order to avoid some passing vehicle. Then, spending so much of their lives in the high-bred company of their horses, seems to have mended their manners and improved their taste, besides imparting to them something of the dignity of their animals. But it has also given to them a sort of refined and uncomplaining aversion to human society. There are many strange stories told of the truck horse. Among others is the following. There was a parrot that, from having long been suspended in its cage from a low window fronting a dock, had learned to converse pretty fluently in the language of the stevedores and truckmen. One day a truckman left his vehicle standing on the quay, with its back to the water. It was noon, when an interval of silence falls upon the docks, and Paul, seeing herself face to face with the horse, and having a mind for a chat, cried out to him, "Back! Back! Back!" Backward went the horse, precipitating himself and truck into the water. Brunswick Dock, to the west of Prince's, is one of the most interesting to be seen. Here lie the various black steamers, so unlike the American boats, since they have to navigate the boisterous narrow seas, plying to all parts of the 3 kingdoms. Here you see vast quantities of produce, imported from starving Ireland. Here you see the decks turned into pens for oxen and sheep, and often side by side with these enclosures, Irish deck passengers, thick as they can stand, seemingly penned in just like the cattle. It was the beginning of July when the Highlander arrived in port, and the Irish laborers were daily coming over by thousands to help harvest the English crops. One morning, going into the town, I heard a tramp, as of a drove of buffaloes behind me, and turning round, beheld the entire middle of the street filled by a great crowd of these men, who had just emerged from Brunswick Dock gates, arrayed in long-tailed coats of hodden gray, corduroy knee breeches, and shod with shoes that raised a mighty dust. Flourishing their Donnybrook shillelaghs, they looked like an eruption of barbarians. They were marching straight out of town into the country, and perhaps out of consideration for the finances of the corporation, took the middle of the street to save the sidewalks. "Sing Langolee and the lakes of Killarney," cried one fellow, tossing his stick into the air, as he danced in his brogans at the head of the rabble. And so they went, capering on, merry as pipers. When I thought of the multitudes of Irish that annually land on the shores of the United States and Canada, and to my surprise witnessed the additional multitudes embarking from Liverpool to New Holland, and when added to all this, I daily saw these hordes of laborers descending, thick as locusts, upon the English cornfields, I could not help marveling at the fertility of an island, which, though her crop of potatoes may fail, never yet failed in bringing her annual crop of men into the world. Chapter 41. Redburn roves about hither and thither. I do not know that any other traveler would think it worth while to mention such a thing, but the fact is that during the summer months in Liverpool the days are exceedingly lengthy, and the first evening I found myself walking in the twilight after 9 o'clock, I tried to recall my astronomical knowledge in order to account satisfactorily for so curious a phenomenon. But the days in summer and the nights in winter are just as long in Liverpool as at Cape Horn, for the latitude of the two places very nearly corresponds. These Liverpool days, however, were a famous thing for me, who thereby was enabled, after my day's work aboard the Highlander, to ramble about the town for several hours. After I had visited all the noted places I could discover, of those marked down upon my father's map, I began to extend my rovings indefinitely, forming myself into a committee of one to investigate all accessible parts of the town, though so many years have elapsed ere I have thought of bringing in my report. This was a great delight to me, for wherever I have been in the world, I have always taken a vast deal of lonely satisfaction in wandering about, up and down, among out-of-the-way streets and alleys, and speculating upon the strangers I have met. Thus, in Liverpool, I used to pace along endless streets of dwelling-houses, looking at the names on the doors, admiring the pretty faces in the windows, and invoking a passing blessing upon the chubby children on the doorsteps. I was stared at myself, to be sure, but what of that? We must give and take on such occasions. In truth, I and my shooting jacket produced quite a sensation in Liverpool, and I have no doubt that many a father of a family went home to his children with a curious story about a wondering phenomenon they had encountered traversing the sidewalks that day. In the words of the old song, "I cared for nobody, no, not I, and nobody cared for me." I stared my fill with impunity, and took all stares myself in good part. Once I was standing in a large square, gaping at a splendid chariot drawn up at a portico. The glossy horses quivered with good living, and so did the sumptuous calves of the gold-laced coachman and footmen in attendance. I was particularly struck with the red cheeks of these men, and the many evidences they furnished of their enjoying this meal with a wonderful relish. While thus standing, I all at once perceived that the objects of my curiosity were making me an object of their own, and that they were gazing at me as if I were some unauthorized intruder upon the British soil. Truly they had reason, for when I now think of the figure I must have cut in those days, I only marvel that in my many strolls my passport was not 1,000 times demanded. Nevertheless, I was only a forlorn-looking mortal among tens of thousands of rags and tatters. For in some parts of the town, inhabited by laborers and poor people generally, I used to crowd my way through masses of squalid men, women, and children, who at this evening hour, in those quarters of Liverpool, seemed to empty themselves into the street, and live there for the time. I had never seen anything like it in New York. Often I witnessed some curious and many very sad scenes, and especially I remembered encountering a pale, ragged man rushing along frantically and striving to throw off his wife and children, who clung to his arms and legs, and, in God's name, conjured him not to desert them. He seemed bent upon rushing down to the water and drowning himself in some despair and craziness of wretchedness. In these haunts, beggary went on before me wherever I walked, and dogged me unceasingly at the heels. Poverty, 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 in almost endless vistas, and want and woe staggered arm in arm along these miserable streets. And here I must not omit one thing that struck me at the time. It was the absence of Negroes, who, in the large towns in the free states of America, almost always form a considerable portion of the destitute. But in these streets not a Negro was to be seen. All were whites, and with the exception of the Irish, were natives of the soil. Even Englishmen, as much Englishmen as the dukes in the House of Lords. This conveyed a strange feeling, and more than anything else reminded me that I was not in my own land, for there such a being as a native beggar is almost unknown, and to be a born American citizen seems a guarantee against pauperism, and this perhaps springs from the virtue of a vote. Speaking of Negroes recalls the looks of interest with which Negro sailors are regarded when they walk the Liverpool streets. In Liverpool, indeed, the Negro steps with a prouder pace, and lifts his head like a man, for here no such exaggerated feeling exists in respect to him, as in America. 3 or 4 times I encountered our black steward, dressed very handsomely, and walking arm in arm with a good-looking Englishwoman. In New York, such a couple would have been mobbed in 3 minutes, and the steward would have been lucky to escape with whole limbs. Owing to the friendly reception extended to them, and the unwonted immunities they enjoy in Liverpool, the black cooks and stewards of American ships are very much attached to the place, and like to make voyages to it. Being so young and inexperienced then, and unconsciously swayed in some degree by those local and social prejudices that are the marring of most men, and from which, for the mass, there seems no possible escape, at first I was surprised that a colored man should be treated as he is in this town. But a little reflection showed that, after all, it was but recognizing his claims to humanity and normal equality, so that, in some things, we Americans leave to other countries the carrying out of the principle that stands at the head of our Declaration of Independence. During my evening strolls in the wealthier quarters, I was subject to a continual mortification. It was the humiliating fact, wholly unforeseen by me, that, upon the whole, and barring the poverty and beggary, Liverpool, away from the docks, was very much such a place as New York. There were the same sort of streets, pretty much, the same rows of houses with stone steps, the same kind of sidewalks and curbs, and the same elbowing, heartless-looking crowd as ever. I came across the Leeds Canal one afternoon, but upon my word no one could have told it from the Erie Canal at Albany. I went into St. John's Market on a Saturday night, and though it was strange enough to see that great roof supported by so many pillars, yet the most discriminating observer would not have been able to detect any difference between the articles exposed for sale and the articles exhibited in Fulton Market, New York. I walked down Lord Street, peering into the jewelers' shops, but I thought I was walking down a block in Broadway. I began to think that all this talk about travel was a humbug, and that he who lives in a nutshell lives in an epitome of the universe, and has but little to see beyond him. It is true that I often thought of London's being only 7 or 8 hours' travel by railroad from where I was, and that there, surely, must be a world of wonders waiting my eyes. But more of London anon. Sundays were the days upon which I made my longest explorations. I rose bright and early, with my whole plan of operations in my head. First, walking into some dock hitherto unexamined, and then to breakfast. Then a walk through the more fashionable streets to see the people going to church. And then I myself went to church, selecting the goodliest edifice and the tallest Kentuckian of a spire I could find. For I am an admirer of church architecture, and though perhaps the sums spent in erecting magnificent cathedrals might better go to the founding of charities, yet since these structures are built, those who disapprove of them in one sense may as well have the benefit of them in another. It is a most Christian thing, and a matter most sweet to dwell upon and simmer over in solitude, that any poor sinner may go to church wherever he pleases, and that even St. Peter's in Rome is open to him, as to a cardinal, that St. Paul's in London is not shut against him, and that the Broadway Tabernacle in New York opens all her broad aisles to him, and will not even have doors and thresholds to her pews, the better to allure him by an unbounded invitation. I say, this consideration of the hospitality and democracy in churches is a most Christian and charming thought. It speaks whole volumes of folios and Vatican libraries for Christianity. It is more eloquent and goes farther home than all the sermons of Massillon, Jeremy Taylor, Wesley, and Archbishop Tillotson. Nothing daunted, therefore, by thinking of my being a stranger in the land. Nothing daunted by the architectural superiority and costliness of any Liverpool church, or by the streams of silk dresses and fine broadcloth coats flowing into the aisles, I used humbly to present myself before the sexton as a candidate for admission. He would stare a little, perhaps. One of them once hesitated. But in the end, what could he do but show me into a pew? Not the most commodious of pews, to be sure, nor commandingly located, nor within very plain sight or hearing of the pulpit. No, it was remarkable that there was always some confounded pillar or obstinate angle of the wall in the way, and I used to think that the sextons of Liverpool must have held a secret meeting on my account, and resolved to apportion me the most inconvenient pew in the churches under their charge. However, they always gave me a seat of some sort or other, sometimes even on an oaken bench in the open air of the aisle, where I would sit, dividing the attention of the congregation between myself and the clergyman. The whole congregation seemed to know that I was a foreigner of distinction. It was sweet to hear the service read, the organ roll, the sermon preached, just as the same things were going on 3,500 miles off at home. But then the prayer in behalf of Her Majesty the Queen somewhat threw me back. Nevertheless, I joined in that prayer, and invoked for the lady the best wishes of a poor Yankee. How I loved to sit in the holy hush of those brown, old monastic aisles, thinking of Harry the Eighth and the Reformation. How I loved to go a-roving with my eye all along the sculptured walls and buttresses, winding in among the intricacies of the pendant ceiling, and wriggling my fancied way like a woodworm. I could have sat there all the morning long, through noon unto night. But at last the benediction would come, and, appropriating my share of it, I would slowly move away, thinking how I should like to go home with some of the portly old gentlemen, with high-polished boots and Malacca canes, and take a seat at their cozy and comfortable dinner tables. But alas, there was no dinner for me, except at the sign of the Baltimore Clipper. Yet the Sunday dinners that handsome Mary served up were not to be scorned. The roast beef of old England abounded, and so did the immortal plum puddings and the unspeakably capital gooseberry pies. But to finish off with that abominable swipes almost spoiled all the rest. Not that I myself patronized swipes, but my shipmates did, and every cup I saw them drink I could not choose but taste in imagination, and even then the flavor was bad. On Sundays, at dinner-time, as indeed on every other day, it was curious to watch the proceedings at the sign of the Clipper. The servant girls were running about, mustering the various crews, whose dinners were spread, each in a separate apartment, and who were collectively known by the names of their ships. "Where are the Arethuses?" Here's their beef been smoking this half hour. Fly, Betty, my dear. Here come the Splendids. Run, Molly, my love. Get the salt cellars for the Highlanders. You, Peggy, where's the Siddons pickle pat? I say, Judy, are you never coming with that pudding for the Lord Nelsons? On weekdays we did not fare quite so well as on Sundays, and once we came to dinner and found two enormous bullock hearts smoking at each end of the Highlanders' table. Jackson was indignant at the outrage. He always sat at the head of the table, and this time he squared himself on his bench, and directing his knife and fork like flagstaffs so as to include the two hearts between them, he called out for Danby, the boarding-house keeper. For although his wife Mary was in fact at the head of the establishment, yet Danby himself always came in for the fault-findings. Danby obsequiously appeared and stood in the doorway, well knowing the philippics that were coming. But he was not prepared for the peroration of Jackson's address to him, which consisted of the two bullock hearts snatched bodily off the dish and flung at his head, by way of a recapitulation of the preceding arguments. The company then broke up in disgust and dined elsewhere. Though I almost invariably attended church on Sunday mornings, yet the rest of the day I spent on my travels. And it was on one of these afternoon strolls that on passing through St. George's Square I found myself among a large crowd gathered near the base of George the Fourth's equestrian statue. The people were mostly mechanics and artisans in their holiday clothes, but mixed with them were a good many soldiers in lean, lank, and dinnerless undresses, and sporting attenuated rattans. These troops belonged to the various regiments then in town. Police officers also were conspicuous in their uniforms. At first perfect silence and decorum prevailed. Addressing this orderly throng was a pale, hollow-eyed young man in a snuff-colored surtout, who looked worn with much watching, or much toil, or too little food. His features were good, his whole air was respectable, and there was no mistaking the fact that he was strongly in earnest in what he was saying. In his hand was a soiled, inflammatory-looking pamphlet, from which he frequently read, following up the quotations with nervous appeals to his hearers, a rolling of his eyes, and sometimes the most frantic gestures. I was not long within hearing of him before I became aware that this youth was a Chartist. Presently the crowd increased, and some commotion was raised, when I noticed the police officers augmenting in number, and by they began to glide through the crowd, politely hinting at the propriety of dispersing. The first persons thus accosted were the soldiers, who accordingly sauntered off, switching their rattans and admiring their high-polished shoes. It was plain that the charter did not hang very heavy round their hearts. For the rest, they also gradually broke up, and at last I saw the speaker himself depart. I do not know why, but I thought he must be some despairing elder son, supporting by hard toil his mother and sisters, for of such many political desperadoes are made. That same Sunday afternoon I strolled toward the outskirts of the town, and attracted by the sight of two great Pompey's pillars in the shape of black steeples, apparently rising directly from the soil, I approached them with much curiosity. But looking over a low parapet connecting them, what was my surprise to behold at my feet a smoky hollow in the ground, with rocky walls and dark holes at one end, carrying out of view several lines of iron railways, while far beyond, straight out toward the open country, ran an endless railroad. Over the place a handsome Moorish arch of stone was flung, and gradually, as I gazed upon it, and at the little side arches at the bottom of the hollow, there came over me an undefinable feeling that I had previously seen the whole thing before. Yet how could that be? Certainly I had never been in Liverpool before, but then that Moorish arch, surely I remembered that very well. It was not till several months after reaching home in America that my perplexity upon this matter was cleared away. In glancing over an old number of the penny magazine, there I saw a picture of the place to the life, and remembered having seen the same print years previous. It was a representation of the spot where the Manchester Railroad enters the outskirts of the town. Chapter 42. His Adventure with the Cross Old Gentleman. My adventure in the newsroom in the Exchange, which I have related in a previous chapter, reminds me of another at the Lyceum some days after, which may as well be put down here before I forget it. I was strolling down Bold Street, I think it was, when I was struck by the sight of a brown stone building, very large and handsome. The windows were open, and there, nicely seated, with their comfortable legs crossed over their comfortable knees, I beheld several sedate, happy-looking old gentlemen reading the magazines and papers, and one had a fine gilded volume in his hand. Yes, this must be the Lyceum, thought I. Let me see. So I whipped out my guide-book and opened it at the proper place, and sure enough, the building before me corresponded stone for stone. I stood a while on the opposite side of the street, gazing at my picture, and then at its original, and often dwelling upon the pleasant gentleman sitting at the open windows, till at last I felt an uncontrollable impulse to step in for a moment and run over the news. I'm a poor, friendless sailor boy, thought I, and they cannot object, especially as I am from a foreign land, and strangers ought to be treated with courtesy. I turned the matter over again as I walked across the way, and with just a small tapping of a misgiving at my heart, I at last scraped my feet clean against the curbstone, and taking off my hat while I was yet in the open air, slowly sauntered in. But I had not got far into that large and lofty room, filled with many agreeable sights, when a crabbed old gentleman lifted up his eye from the London Times, which words I saw boldly printed on the back of the large sheet in his hand, and looking at me as if I were a strange dog with a muddy hide that had stolen out of the gutter into this fine apartment. He shook his silver-headed cane at me fiercely, till the spectacles fell off his nose. Almost at the same moment, up stepped a terribly cross man, who looked as if he had a mustard plaster on his back, that was continually exasperating him, who, throwing down some papers which he had been filing, took me by my innocent shoulders, and then, putting his foot against the broad part of my pantaloons, wheeled me right out into the street, and dropped me on the walk, without so much as offering an apology for the affront. I sprang after him, but in vain. The door was closed upon me. These Englishmen have no manners, that's plain, thought I, and I trudged on down the street in a reverie. End of Section 9. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Section 10. Of Redburn, His First Voyage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. Redburn, His First Voyage, by Herman Melville. Chapters 43 through 45. Chapter 43. He takes a delightful ramble into the country, and makes the acquaintance of 3 adorable charmers. Who that dwells in America has not heard of the bright fields and green hedges of England, and longed to behold them? Even so had it been with me. And now that I was actually in England, I resolved not to go away without having a good long look at the open fields. On a Sunday morning, I started with a lunch in my pocket. It was a beautiful day in July. The air was sweet with the breath of buds and flowers, and there was a green splendor in the landscape that ravished me. Soon I gained an elevation commanding a wide sweep of view, and meadow and mead and woodland and hedge were all around me. Aye, aye, this was old England indeed. I had found it at last. There it was in the country. Hovering over the scene was a soft, dewy air that seemed faintly tinged with the green of the grass, and I thought, as I breathed my breath, that perhaps I might be inhaling the very particles once respired by Rosamond the Fair. On I trudged along the London road, smooth as an entry floor, and every white cottage I passed, embosomed in honeysuckles, seemed alive in the landscape. But the day wore on, and at length the sun grew hot, and the long road became dusty. I thought that some shady place in some shady field would be very pleasant to repose in. So, coming to a charming little dale, undulating down to a hollow, arched over with foliage, I crossed over toward it, but paused by the roadside at a frightful announcement nailed against an old tree, used as a gate-post. Man-traps and spring guns. In America I had never heard of the like. What could it mean? They were not surly cannibals that dwelt down in that beautiful little dale, and lived by catching men like weasels and beavers in Canada. A man-trap. It must be so. The announcement could bear but one meaning, that there was something nearby intended to catch human beings, some species of mechanism that would suddenly fasten upon the unwary rover and hold him by the leg like a dog, or perhaps devour him on the spot. Incredible! In a Christian land, too. Did that sweet lady, Queen Victoria, permit such diabolical practices? Had her gracious majesty ever passed by this way and seen the announcement? And who put it there? The proprietor, probably. And what right had he to do so? Why, he owned the soil. And where are his title deeds? In his strong-box, I suppose. Thus I stood wrapped in cogitations. You are a pretty fellow, Wellingborough, thought I to myself. You are a mighty traveler, indeed. Stopped on your travels by a man-trap. Do you think Mungo Park was so served in Africa? Do you think Ledyard was so entreated in Siberia? Upon my word, you will go home not very much wiser than when you set out. And the only excuse you can give for not having seen more sights will be man-traps. Man-traps, my masters. That frightened you. And then, in my indignation, I fell back upon first principles. What right has this man to the soil he thus guards with dragons? What excessive effrontery to lay sole claim to a solid piece of this planet, right down to the earth's axis, and perhaps straight through to the antipodes? For a moment I thought I would test his traps, and enter the forbidden Eden. But the grass grew so thickly, and seemed so full of sly things, that at last I thought best to pace off. Next I came to a hawthorn lane, leading down very prettily to a nice little church, a mossy little church, a beautiful little church, just such a church as I had always dreamed to be in England. The porch was viny as an arbor, the ivy was climbing about the tower, and the bees were humming about the hoary old headstones along the walls. Any man-traps here? Thought I. Any spring guns? No. So I walked on, and entered the church, where I soon found a seat. No Indian, red as a deer, could have startled the simple people more. They gazed and they gazed, but as I was all attention to the sermon, and conducted myself with perfect propriety, they did not expel me, as at first I almost imagined they might. Service over, I made my way through crowds of children, who stood staring at the marvelous stranger, and resumed my stroll along the London road. My next stop was at an inn, where under a tree sat a party of rustics, drinking ale at a table. "Good day," said I. "Good day. From Liverpool?" "I guess so." "For London?" No, not this time. I merely come to see the country." At this they gazed at each other, and I at myself, having doubts whether I might not look something like a horse thief. "Take a seat," said the landlord, a fat fellow with his wife's apron on, I thought. "Thank you." And then, little by little, we got into a long talk, in the course of which I told who I was, and where I was from. I found these rustics a good-natured, jolly set, and I have no doubt they found me quite a sociable youth. They treated me to ale, and I treated them to stories about America, concerning which they manifested the utmost curiosity. One of them, however, was somewhat astonished that I had not made the acquaintance of a brother of his, who had resided somewhere on the banks of the Mississippi for several years past, but among 20 millions of people I had never happened to meet him, at least to my knowledge. At last, leaving this party, I pursued my way, exhilarated by the lively conversation in which I had shared, and the pleasant sympathies exchanged, and perhaps also by the ale I had drunk. Fine old ale. Yes, English ale. Ale brewed in England. And I trod English soil, and breathed English air, and every blade of grass was an Englishman born. Smoky old Liverpool, with all its pitch and tar, was now far behind. Nothing in sight but open meadows and fields. Come, Wellingborough, why not push on for London? Hurrah! What say you? Let's have a peep at St. Paul's the First. Don't you want to see the Queen? Have you no longing to behold the Duke? Think of Westminster Abbey, and the tunnel under the Thames. Think of Hyde Park and the ladies. But then, thought I again, with my hands wildly groping in my 2 vacuums of pockets, who's to pay the bill? You can't beg your way, Wellingborough. That would never do, for you are your father's son, Wellingborough, and you must not disgrace your family in a foreign land. You must not turn pauper. Aha! It was indeed too true. There was no St. Paul's or Westminster Abbey for me. That was flat. Well, well, up heart, you'll see it one of these days. But think of it. Here I am on the very road that leads to the Thames. Think of that. Here I am, I treading in the wheel tracks of coaches that are bound for the metropolis. It was too bad, too bitterly bad. But I shoved my old hat over my brows and walked on, till at last I came to a green bank, deliriously shaded by a fine old tree with broad branching arms, that stretched themselves over the road like a hen gathering her brood under her wings. Down on the green grass I threw myself, and there lay my head, like a last year's nut. People passed by, on foot and in carriages, and little thought that the sad youth under the tree was the great-nephew of a late senator in the American Congress. Presently I started to my feet, as I heard a gruff voice behind me from the field, crying out, "What are you doing there, you young rascal? Run away from the workus, have ye? Tramp, or I'll set Blutcher on you." And who was Blutcher? A cutthroat-looking dog, with his black bull muzzle thrust through a gap in the hedge. And his master? A sturdy farmer, with an alarming cudgel in his hand. "Come, are you going to start?" he cried. "Presently," said I, making off with great dispatch. When I had got a few yards into the middle of the high road, which belonged as much to me as it did to the Queen herself, I turned round like a man on his own premises, and said, "Stranger, if you ever visit America, just call at our house, and you'll always find there a dinner and a bed. Don't fail." I then walked on toward Liverpool, full of sad thoughts concerning the cold charities of the world, and the infamous reception given to hapless young travelers in broken-down shooting-jackets. On I went, along the skirts of forbidden green fields, until reaching a cottage before which I stood rooted. So sweet a place I had never seen. No palace in Persia could be pleasanter. There were flowers in the garden, and 6 red cheeks, like 6 moss roses, hanging from the casement. At the embowered doorway sat an old man, confidentially communing with his pipe, while a little child sprawling on the ground was playing with his shoestrings. A hale matron, but with rather a prim expression, was reading a journal by his side, and 3 charmers, 3 Paris, 3 houris, were leaning out of the window close by. "Ah, Wellingborough, don't you wish you could step in?" With a heavy heart at his cheerful sigh, I was turning to go, when, "Is it possible?" The old man called me back and invited me in. "Come, come," said he, "you look as if you had walked far. Come, take a bowl of milk. Matilda, my dear," how my heart jumped, "go fetch some from the dairy." And the white-handed angel did meekly obey, and handed me, the vagabond, a bowl of bubbling milk, which I could hardly drink down for gazing at the dew on her lips. As I live, I could have married that charmer on the spot. She was by far the most beautiful rosebud I had yet seen in England, but I endeavored to dissemble my ardent admiration, and in order to do away at once with any unfavorable impressions arising from the close scrutiny of my miserable shooting-jacket, which was now taking place, I declared myself a Yankee sailor from Liverpool, who was spending a Sunday in the country. "And have you been to church to-day, young man?" said the old lady, looking daggers. "Good madam, I have. The little church down yonder, you know. A most excellent sermon. I am much the better for it." I wanted to mollify this severe-looking old lady, for even my short experience of old ladies had convinced me that they are the hereditary enemies of all strange young men. I soon turned the conversation toward America, a theme which I knew would be interesting, and upon which I could be fluent and agreeable. I strove to talk in Addisonian English, and ere long could see very plainly that my polished phrases were making a surprising impression, though that miserable shooting-jacket of mine was a perpetual drawback to my claims to gentility. Spite of all my blandishments, however, the old lady stood her post like a sentry, and to my inexpressible chagrin kept the 3 charmers in the background, though the old man frequently called upon them to advance. This fine specimen of an old Englishman seemed to be quite as free from ungenerous suspicions as his vinegary spouse was full of them. But I still lingered, snatching furtive glances at the young ladies, and vehemently talking to the old man about Illinois, and the river Ohio, and the fine farms in the Genesee country, where, in harvest time, the laborers went into the wheat fields 1,000 strong. Stick to it, Wellingborough, thought I. Don't give the old lady time to think. Stick to it, my boy, and an invitation to tea will reward you. At last it came, and the old lady abated her frowns. It was the most delightful of meals. The 3 charmers sat all on one side, and I opposite, between the old man and his wife. The middle charmer poured out the souchong and handed me the buttered muffins, and such buttered muffins never were spread on the other side of the Atlantic. The butter had an aromatic flavor. By Jove, it was perfectly delicious. And there they sat, the charmers, I mean, eating these buttered muffins in plain sight. I wished I was a buttered muffin myself. Every minute they grew handsomer and handsomer, and I could not help thinking what a fine thing it would be to carry home a beautiful English wife. How my friends would stare, a lady from England. I might have been mistaken, but certainly I thought that Matilda, the one who had handed me the milk, sometimes looked rather benevolently in the direction where I sat. She certainly did look at my jacket, and I am constrained to think at my face. Could it be possible she had fallen in love at first sight? Oh, rapture! But, oh, misery! That was out of the question, for what a looking suitor was Wellingborough! At length The old lady glanced toward the door, and made some observations about its being yet a long walk to town. She handed me the buttered muffins, too, as if performing a final act of hospitality, and in other fidgety ways vaguely hinted her desire that I should decamp. Slowly I rose, and murmured my thanks, and bowed, and tried to be off, but as quickly I turned and bowed and thanked and lingered again and again. Oh, charmers! Oh, Paris! thought I. Must I go? Yes, Wellingborough, you must. So I made one desperate congee, and darted through the door. I have never seen them since. No, nor heard of them. But to this day I live a bachelor on account of those ravishing charmers. As the long twilight was waning deeper and deeper into the night, I entered the town, and, plodding my solitary way to the same old docks, I passed through the gates, and scrambled my way among tarry smells, across the tiers of ships between the quay and the Highlander. My only resource was my bunk. In I turned, and, wearied with my long stroll, was soon fast asleep, dreaming of red cheeks and roses. Chapter 44. Redburn introduces Master Harry Bolton to the favorable consideration of the reader. It was the day following my Sunday stroll into the country, and when I had been in England 4 weeks or more, that I made the acquaintance of a handsome, accomplished, but unfortunate youth, young Harry Bolton. He was one of those small but perfectly formed beings, with curling hair and silken muscles, who seemed to have been born in cocoons. His complexion was a mantling brunette, feminine as a girl's. His feet were small, his hands were white, and his eyes were large, black, and womanly, and poetry aside, his voice was as the sound of a harp. But where, among the tarry docks and smoky sailor lanes and byways of a seaport, did I, a battered Yankee boy, encounter this courtly youth? Several evenings I had noticed him in our street of boarding-houses, standing in the doorways, and silently regarding the animated scenes without. His beauty, dress, and manner struck me as so out of place in such a street, that I could not possibly divine what had transplanted this delicate exotic from the conservatories of some Regent Street to the untidy potato patches of Liverpool. At last I suddenly encountered him at the sign of the Baltimore Clipper. He was speaking to one of my shipmates concerning America, and from something that dropped, I was led to imagine that he contemplated a voyage to my country. Charmed with his appearance, and all eagerness to enjoy the society of this incontrovertible son of a gentleman, a kind of pleasure so long debarred me, I smoothed down the skirts of my jacket, and at once accosted him, declaring who I was, and that nothing would afford me greater delight than to be of the least service in imparting any information concerning America that he needed. He glanced from my face to my jacket, and from my jacket to my face, and at length, with a pleased but somewhat puzzled expression, begged me to accompany him on a walk. We rambled about St. George's Pier until nearly midnight, but before we parted, with uncommon frankness, he told me many strange things respecting his history. According to his own account, Harry Bolton was a native of Bury St. Edmunds, a borough of Suffolk, not very far from London, where he was early left an orphan, under the charge of an only aunt. Between his aunt and himself, his mother had divided her fortune, and young Harry thus fell heir to a portion of about £5,000. Being of a roving mind, as he approached his majority, he grew restless of the retirement of a country place, especially as he had no profession or business of any kind to engage his attention. In vain did Bury, with all its fine old monastic attractions, lure him to abide on the beautiful banks of her Lark, and under the shadow of her stately and storied old Saxon tower. "By all my rare old historic associations," breathed Bury, "by my Abbey gate, that bears to this day the arms of Edward the Confessor; by my carved roof of the old church of St. Mary's, which escaped the low rage of the bigoted Puritans; by the royal ashes of Mary Tudor that sleep in my midst; by my Norman ruins, and by all the old abbots of Bury, do not, O Harry, abandon me. Where will you find shadier walks than under my lime trees? Where lovelier gardens than those within the old walls of my monastery, approached through my lordly gate? Or if, O Harry, indifferent to my historic mosses, and caring not for my annual verdure, thou must needs be lured by other tassels, and wouldest fain, like the prodigal, squander thy patrimony, then go not away from old Bury to do it. For here, on Angel Hill, are my coffee and card rooms, and billiard saloons, where you may lounge away your mornings, and empty your glass and your purse as you list. In vain, Bury was no place for the adventurous Harry, who must needs hie to London, where in one winter, in the company of gambling sportsmen and dandies, he lost his last sovereign. What now was to be done? His friends made interest for him in the requisite quarters, and Harry was soon embarked for Bombay as a midshipman in the East India service, in which office he was known as a guinea pig, a humorous appellation then bestowed upon the middies of the company. And considering the perversity of his behavior, his delicate form and soft complexion, and that gold guineas had been his bane, this appellation was not altogether, in poor Harry's case, inapplicable. He made one voyage and returned, another and returned, and then threw up his warrant in disgust. A few weeks' dissipation in London, and again his purse was almost drained, when, like many prodigals, scorning to return home to his aunt and amend, though she had often written him the kindest of letters to that effect, Harry resolved to precipitate himself upon the New World, and there carve out a fresh fortune. With this object in view, he packed his trunks and took the first train for Liverpool. Arrived in that town, he at once betook himself to the docks, to examine the American shipping, when a new crotchet entered his brain, born of his old sea reminiscences. It was to assume duck-browsers and tarpaulin, and gallantly cross the Atlantic as a sailor. There was a dash of romance in it, a taking abandonment and scorn of fine coats, which exactly harmonized with his reckless contempt at the time for all past conventionalities. Thus determined, he exchanged his trunk for a mahogany chest, sold some of his superfluities, and moved his quarters to the sign of the Gold Anchor in Union Street. After making his acquaintance and learning his intentions, I was all anxiety that Harry should accompany me home in the Highlander, a desire to which he warmly responded. Nor was I without strong hopes that he would succeed in an application to the captain, inasmuch as during our stay in the docks 3 of our crew had left us, and their places would remain unsupplied till just upon the eve of our departure. And here it may as well be related, that owing to the heavy charges to which the American ships long staying in Liverpool are subjected, from the obligation to continue the wages of their seamen when they have little or no work to employ them, and from the necessity of boarding them ashore, like lords, at their leisure, captains interested in the ownership of their vessels are not at all indisposed to let their sailors abscond, if they please, and thus forfeit their money; for they well know that, when wanted, a new crew is easily to be procured through the crimps of the port. Though he spake English with fluency, and from his long service in the vessels of New York was almost an American to behold, yet Captain Riga was in fact a Russian by birth, though this was a fact that he strove to conceal. And though extravagant in his personal expenses, and even indulging in luxurious habits, costly as oriental dissipation, yet Captain Riga was a niggard to others, as indeed was evinced in the magnificent stipend of $3 with which he requited my own valuable services. Therefore, as it was agreed between Harry and me that he should offer to ship as a boy at the same rate of compensation with myself, I made no doubt that, incited by the cheapness of the bargain, Captain Riga would gladly close with him. And thus, instead of paying $16 a month to a thoroughgoing tar, who would consume all his rations, buy up my young blade of Bury, at the rate of $half a week, with the cheering prospect that by the end of the voyage his fastidious palate would be the means of leaving a handsome balance of salt beef and pork in the harness cask. With part of the money obtained by the sale of a few of his velvet vests, Harry, by my advice, now rigged himself in a Guernsey frock and man-of-war browsers. And thus equipped, he made his appearance, one fine morning, on the quarter-deck of the Highlander, gallantly doffing his virgin tarpaulin before the redoubtable Riga. No sooner were his wishes made known, than I perceived in the captain's face that same bland, benevolent, and bewitchingly merry expression that had so charmed but deceived me when, with Mr. Jones, I had first accosted him in the cabin. Alas, Harry, thought I, as I stood upon the forecastle looking astern where they stood, that gallant, gay deceiver shall not altogether cajole you, if Wellingborough can help it. Rather than that should be the case, indeed, I would forfeit the pleasure of your society across the Atlantic. At this interesting interview the captain expressed a sympathetic concern touching the sad necessities, which he took upon himself to presume must have driven Harry to sea. He confessed to a warm interest in his future welfare, and did not hesitate to declare that, in going to America under such circumstances to seek his fortune, he was acting a manly and spirited part, and that the voyage thither, as a sailor, would be an invigorating preparative to the landing upon a shore where he must battle out his fortune with fate. He engaged him at once, but was sorry to say that he could not provide him a home on board till the day previous to the sailing of the ship, and during the interval he could not honor any drafts upon the strength of his wages. However, glad enough to conclude the agreement upon any terms at all, my young blade of Bury expressed his satisfaction, and, full of admiration at so urbane and gentlemanly a sea-captain, he came forward to receive my congratulations. "Harry," said I, "be not deceived by the fascinating Riga, that gay Lothario of all inexperienced sea-going youths, from the capital or the country. He has a Janus face, Harry, and you will not know him when he gets you out of sight of land, and mouths his cast-off coats and browsers. For then he is another personage altogether, and adjusts his character to the shabbiness of his integuments. No more condolings and sympathy then, no more blarney. He will hold you a little better than his boots, and would no more think of addressing you than of invoking wooden Donald, the figurehead on our bows." And I further admonished my friend concerning our crew, particularly of the diabolical Jackson, and warned him to be cautious and wary. I told him that unless he was somewhat accustomed to the rigging and could furl a royal in a squall, he would be sure to subject himself to a sort of treatment from the sailors in the last degree ignominious to any mortal who had ever crossed his legs under mahogany. And I played the inquisitor, in cross-questioning Harry respecting the precise degree in which he was a practical sailor, whether he had a giddy head, whether his arms could bear the weight of his body, whether, with but one hand on a shroud 100 feet aloft in a tempest, he felt he could look right to windward and bearded. To all this, and much more, Harry rejoined with the most offhand and confident air, saying that in his guinea-pig days he had often climbed the masts and handled the sails in a gentlemanly and amateur way, so he made no doubt that he would very soon prove an expert tumbler in the Highlander's rigging. His levity of manner and sanguine assurance, coupled with the constant sight of his most unseamanlike person, more suited to the Queen's drawing-room than a ship's forecastle, bred many misgivings in my mind. But after all, every one in this world has his own fate entrusted to himself, and though we may warn and forewarn, and give sage advice, and indulge in many apprehensions touching our friends, yet our friends, for the most part, will gang their ain gait, and the most we can do is to hope for the best. Still, I suggested to Harry whether he had not best cross the sea as a steerage passenger, since he could procure enough money for that. But no, he was bent upon going as a sailor. I now had a comrade in my afternoon strolls and Sunday excursions, and as Harry was a generous fellow, he shared with me his purse and his heart. He sold off several more of his fine vests and browsers, his silver-keyed flute and enameled guitar, and a portion of the money thus furnished was pleasantly spent in refreshing ourselves at the roadside inns in the vicinity of the town. Reclining side by side in some agreeable nook, we exchanged our experiences of the past. Harry enlarged upon the fascinations of a London me, described the curricle he used to drive in Hyde Park, gave me the measurement of Madame Vestris's ankle, alluded to his first introduction at a club at the madcap Marquis of Waterford, told over the sums he had lost upon the turf on a Derby day, and made various but enigmatical allusions to a certain Lady Georgiana Teresa, the noble daughter of an anonymous earl. Even in conversation, Harry was a prodigal, squandering his aristocratic narrations with a careless hand, and perhaps sometimes spending funds of reminiscences not his own. As for me, I had only my poor old uncle the senator to fall back upon, and I used him upon all emergencies, like the knight in the game of chess, making him hop about and stand stiffly up to the encounter against all my fine comrades' array of dukes, lords, curricles, and countesses. In these long talks of ours, I frequently expressed the earnest desire I cherished, to make a visit to London, and related how strongly tempted I had been one Sunday to walk the whole way without a penny in my pocket. To this Harry rejoined that nothing would delight him more than to show me the capital, and he even meaningly but mysteriously hinted at the possibility of his doing so before many days had passed. But this seemed so idle a thought that I only imputed it to my friend's good-natured rattling disposition, which sometimes prompted him to out with anything that he thought would be agreeable. Besides, would this fine blade of Bury be seen by his aristocratic acquaintances walking down Oxford Street, say, arm in arm with the sleeve of my shooting jacket? The thing was preposterous, and I began to think that Harry, after all, was a little bit disposed to impose upon my Yankee credulity. Luckily, my Bury blade had no acquaintance in Liverpool, where indeed he was as much in a foreign land as if he were already on the shores of Lake Erie, so that he strolled about with me in perfect abandonment, reckless of the cut of my shooting jacket, and not caring one whit who might stare at so singular a couple. But once, crossing a square, faced on one side by a fashionable hotel, he made a rapid turn with me round a corner, and never stopped till the square was a good block in our rear. The cause of this sudden retreat was a remarkably elegant coat and pantaloons standing upright on the hotel steps, and containing a young buck tapping his teeth with an ivory-headed riding-whip. "Who was he, Harry?" said I. "My old chum, Lord Lovely," said Harry, with a careless air, "and heaven only knows what brings Lovely from London." "A lord?" said I, starting. "Then I must look at him again, for lords are very scarce in Liverpool." Unmindful of my companion's remonstrances, I ran back to the corner, and slowly promenaded past the upright coat and pantaloons on the steps. It was not much of a lord to behold, very thin and limber about the legs, with small feet like a doll's, and a small glossy head like a seal's. I had seen just such looking lords standing in sentimental attitudes in front of Palmo's and Broadway. However, he and I being mutual friends of Harry's, I thought something of accosting him, and taking counsel concerning what was best to be done for the young prodigal's welfare. But upon second thoughts I thought best not to intrude, especially as just then my Lord Lovely stepped to the open window of a flashing carriage which drew up, and throwing himself into an interesting posture with the sole of one boot vertically exposed, so as to show the stamp on it, a coronet, fell into a sparkling conversation with a magnificent white satin hat, surmounted by a regal marabou feather inside. I doubted not this lady was nothing short of a peeress, and thought it would be one of the pleasantest and most charming things in the world just to seat myself beside her, and order the coachman to take us a drive into the country. But, as upon further consideration, I imagined that the peeress might decline the honor of my company, since I had no formal card of introduction. I marched on, and rejoined my companion, whom I at once endeavored to draw out, touching Lord Lovely. But he only made mysterious answers, and turned off the conversation by allusions to his visits to Ickworth in Suffolk, the magnificent seat of the most noble Marquis of Bristol, who had repeatedly assured Harry that he might consider Ickworth his home. Now, all these accounts of marquises and Ickworths, and Harry's having been hand in glove with so many lords and ladies, began to breed some suspicions concerning the rigid morality of my friend as a teller of the truth. But after all, thought I to myself, who can prove that Harry has fibbed? Certainly his manners are polished, he has a mighty easy address, and there is nothing altogether impossible about his having consorted with the master of Ickworth, and the daughter of the anonymous earl. And what right has a poor Yankee like me to insinuate the slightest suspicion against what he says? What little money he has he spends freely. He cannot be a polite blackleg, for I am no pigeon to pluck, so that is out of the question. Perish such a thought concerning my own bosom friend. But though I drowned all my suspicions as well as I could, and ever cherished toward Harry a heart loving and true, yet, spite of all this, I never could entirely digest some of his imperial reminiscences of life. I was very sorry for this, as at times it made me feel ill at ease in his company, and made me hold back my whole soul from him, when, in its loneliness, it was yearning to throw itself into the unbounded bosom of some immaculate friend. Chapter 45. Harry Bolton kidnaps Redburn and carries him off to London. It might have been a week after our glimpse of Lord Lovely that Harry, who had been expecting a letter, which he told me might possibly alter his plans, one afternoon came bounding on board the ship, and sprang down the hatchway into the between decks, where, in perfect solitude, I was engaged picking oakum, at which business the mate had set me, for want of anything better. "Hey, for London, Wellingborough," he cried. "Off tomorrow. First train. Be there the same night. Come. I have money to rig you all out. Drop that hangman's stuff there, and away. Pah! How it smells here. Come. Up, you. Jump." I trembled with amazement and delight. London? It could not be. And Harry, how kind of him. He was then indeed what he seemed. But instantly I thought of all the circumstances of the case, and was eager to know what it was that had induced this sudden departure. In reply, my friend told me that he had received a remittance, and had hopes of recovering a considerable sum, lost in some way that he chose to conceal. "But how am I to leave the ship, Harry?" said I. "They will not let me go, will they?" "You had better leave me behind, after all. I don't care very much about going, and besides, I have no money to share the expenses." This I said, only pretending indifference, for my heart was jumping all the time. "Tut, my Yankee bantam," said Harry. "Look here," and he showed me a handful of gold. "But they are yours, and not mine, Harry," said I. "Yours and mine, my sweet fellow," exclaimed Harry. "Come, sink the ship, and let's go." "But you don't consider, if I quit the ship, they'll be sending a constable after me, won't they?" "What, and do you think then they value your services so highly? Ha, ha! Up, up, Wellingborough, I can't wait." True enough. I well knew that Captain Riga would not trouble himself much if I did take French leave of him. So, without further thought of the matter, I told Harry to wait a few moments till the ship's bell struck 4, at which time I used to go to supper and be free for the rest of the day. The bell struck, and off we went. As we hurried across the quay and along the dock walls, I asked Harry all about his intentions. He said that to go to London he must, and to Bury St. Edmunds, but that whether he should for any time remain at either place, he could not now tell. And it was by no means impossible that in less than a week's time we would be back again in Liverpool, and ready for sea. But all he said was enveloped in a mystery that I did not much like, and I hardly know whether I have repeated correctly what he said at the time. Arrived at the Golden Anchor, where Harry put up, he at once led me to his room and began turning over the contents of his chest to see what clothing he might have that would fit me. Though he was some years my senior, we were about the same size. If anything, I was larger than he. So, with a little stretching, a shirt, vest, and pantaloons were soon found to suit. As for a coat and hat, those Harry ran out and bought without delay, returning with a loose, stylish sack coat and a sort of foraging cap, very neat, genteel, and unpretending. My friend himself soon doffed his Guernsey frock and stood before me, arrayed in a perfectly plain suit, which he had bought on purpose that very morning. I asked him why he had gone to that unnecessary expense when he had plenty of other clothes in his chest, but he only winked and looked knowing. This, again, I did not like, but I strove to drown ugly thoughts. Till quite dark we sat talking together, when, locking his chest and charging his landlady to look after it well till he called, or sent for it, Harry seized my arm, and we sallied into the street. Pursuing our way through crowds of frolicking sailors and fiddlers, we turned into a street leading to the Exchange. There, under the shadow of the colonnade, Harry told me to stop, while he left me and went to finish his toilet. Wondering what he meant, I stood to one side, and presently was joined by a stranger in whiskers and mustache. "It's me," said the stranger, and who was me but Harry, who had thus metamorphosed himself? I asked him the reason, and in a faltering voice, which I tried to make humorous, expressed a hope that he was not going to turn gentleman forger. He laughed and assured me that it was only a precaution against being recognized by his own particular friends in London that he had adopted this mode of disguising himself. "And why afraid of your friends?" asked I, in astonishment. "And we are not in London yet." "Pshaw! What a Yankee you are, Wellingborough! Can't you see very plainly that I have a plan in my head? And this disguise is only for a short time, you know. But I'll tell you all by and by." I acquiesced, though not feeling at ease, and we walked on till we came to a public-house in the vicinity of the place at which the cars are taken. We stopped there that night, and next day were off, whirled along through boundless landscapes of villages and meadows and parks, and over arching viaducts and through wonderful tunnels, till, half delirious with excitement, I found myself dropped down in the evening among gaslights, under a great roof in Euston Square. London at last, and in the West End. End of Section 10, recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.